Hello, everybody. Hope everyone is all right. We're at about 74, 75 Fahrenheit here in Montreal today. It's summer-like. And let me open up the pages that I want to see. You have a space for the schedules. Here we go. Frequency and we also want to see the one by schedules and HF Underground for pirates. And so Priam for our number stations scanning of the week. So this is going to be good. And open up the email to make sure that we can where did I put my phone? I don't have my phone here. Okay, I'll pick it up later. Okay. So, all right. This is all done. Welcome aboard, everyone. We are live once again on this Saturday. Hope you guys enjoyed your week. Always nice to be here. And there we go. So a little sip of beer because it's hot in here. It's about outside it's 24 degrees Celsius, but inside the house here it's especially now that the door is semi-closed, it's like gonna rise probably to a little high into 80 Fahrenheit. So cheers. And so we begin. I'm going to check whether the conditions, according to the K index and all of that, there was a geomagnetic storm yesterday. We're at 4.4 right now, which is a little high for the K index. So, sorry, guys. Solar flux 101, the K index at 4.4. Maybe not the best conditions today, but hey, we'll tune around and see what it has to be better than last night. Last night with the geomagnetic storm, it was really bad. And several people have been talking about Radio Romania missing from its English language broadcasts on several frequencies. So we're going to check that out and make sure that it's there today. Here we go. And I forgot to answer Paul, AA1SU Paul's email in Northern Vermont. Last week we had kind of tentatively said that we'd meet up on the Covey Hill repeater on 2 meters. And I actually went out and had a blast on Sunday last week with 2 devices, one old and one new. I brought my Yaesu FT65, and yes, in the park, there was a spot where I could hit the Covey Hill repeater, which is, a good probably 40 miles away from here. Just with the little, FT65 and rubber ducky antenna, 5 watts. And so I did try for Paul, but Paul didn't answer back. So I figured he either forgot, or I also thought, well, it's, it was Mother's Day. So it was like, maybe he forgot it was Mother's Day and, he's not there, and or something like that. So he sent me an email to say, oh, I'm sorry, I totally forgot, which is what I figured, which is not a problem. I had fun. I actually did another little thing that was kind of cool. Is I took my good old walkie-talkie, the realistic TRC 216 40 channels 5-watt talkie, and I did an experiment. I let the Yaesu here record on channel 14, and I brought the talkie with me, and at every 5-minute intervals, wherever I was walking around, I was making a transmissions to check out, signal level and all of that. And so I went all around, pretty good distance, walking distance. I was gone for a few hours, and it was really a lot of fun. Now all I have to do is recover my SD card, because while I was putting the micro SD card in my mini PC, I heard a little clunk in the mini PC and realized that the drive that reads the SD card actually seems to have fallen inside the mini PC with the SD card in it. So I never had a chance to listen to what my levels were depending on where I was. And I am very curious to see how far did I go and how far did my Yaesu receive my CB transmissions on channel 14. So it was kind of fun afternoon, just like geeking out, and reminded me of my good old days when I was a teenager, and I wanted to, I was always taking the talkies with me, and trying seeing if I can talk to anyone. So I had a great time doing that, at least. So here we go. Let's start this thing. Welcome aboard. This is the Shortwave radio show that we have live every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. And this is, of course, to entertain, to have fun, geek out as a radio gang, because I know that, a lot of us do this pretty much on our own. I'm one of those. When I don't do this, I mean, the radio is pretty much only my thing. Nobody else is really interested in it. So it's, a great way to geek out and just join other geeks like us, and just see how have fun together, basically tune the bands and just have a lot of fun, answer questions and so on. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. That's northeast part of North America, and we've been doing this for a while. I think the first live show goes way back to 2013, if I'm not mistaken. Some of you might still remember. I was in the kitchen with the ICOM on the famous ICOM here, which was on the washer in the kitchen, and that was kind of where I was doing my first show. So things have changed, and it's a lot of fun to still be here. If you'd told me in 2013 I'd still be here in 2026, I'm not sure. I would have told you, well, I don't know. I don't know where this is going to take me. And, well, I'm still here. So this is a lot of fun to be here. There's a beautiful chat room with wonderful people. This is the place that is the best place, basically, for anyone that wants to have fun with others, ask questions, interact with others. Really, really cool place. And of course, there's a lot of people that are more like into the background. They're like in the background. They just don't want necessarily to participate. And, they'll say hello through an email sometimes, or they just watch, and it's fine. Whatever is comfortable for you, just watching and, having fun with your radio or interacting with us. It's great. You're still there. It's fun to know where you guys are. It's fun to know you are out there. Sometimes just drop a little line, official shortwave radio at gmail.com. So I'll put it here, official shortwave radio at gmail.com. And, we'll check it out and see what's out there, who's out there saying hello. And, it's always fun to have a little email to know that you are there. So there's a Facebook page also that has activity all week where people just geek out and tell us where they are and are showing us their radios, renew radios they might have, some stations they might be listening to, and so on. It's a lot of fun also for that reason because it continues the activity. Facebook group is official SWL channel, just like the YouTube channel name, and has about, we're at 4,400 some members. We're very close to 4,500 and growing every week, so it's pretty cool. And once again, it's great people that are there. It's really a lot of fun to see all of you. So welcome aboard, everyone. Nice to have you here as we are starting this live show. Don't forget, you can help me out. There's a super chat where you can help out. With the chat, you have a little sign, a dollar sign. You have a little mark which tells you can actually donate a little something. Well, you can click there and donate a whatever amount. Whatever amount helps. And thank you for your contribution. And of course, there's the pizza fund and cat treats through PayPal. If you want to go through PayPal, here is the email for PayPal. Official Shortwave Radio at gmail.com also works for PayPal. And so if you use the other email that I posted a few minutes ago, you will, it also works. It sends to the same PayPal account. So thank you for your donation. It's much appreciated. You have no idea how it helps and how tremendously helped throughout the last year and helps me continue doing these live shows. If you enjoy what I do and are afraid of this going away someday, well, a contribution certainly helps out. And thank you for your donations, guys. So Richard Wagner, nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois. Sun-drenched spring day. Hopefully signals will be better. And Paul is in the bedroom. He kind of matches. I don't know if he's camera shy or something now. He matches his time to go to nap pretty much at the time that the live show starts. So this is always, it's like, yeah, okay, well, we'll try to find, like I said, I have to find a way to, make him sleep here instead. Clean up the place and put a chair or something to have you guys at least see him a few times during the live shows. And Richard says he will have the surgery on his other eye done on Monday. So pretty cool. Good luck on that. And I think it's going to be great once all of that is done. Free to choose. Nice to have you on board from Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. Bienvenue. J'espère que tu vas bien. Mike B, nice to have you here from Bayfield, Colorado. Nice to have you on board. Bobby Burgess, nice to have you on board in Morgan City, Louisiana. MPR TVG. His call sign for listening is WA5107SWL. Andy New, nice to have you on board from Bristol, UK, M7CUN. Gabriel, nice to have you here. It was nice to see your videos of your little DXpedition you did. So pretty cool place it seems. It looked like a very nice spot to go and do some radio and enjoy some beautiful weather, Gabriel, down in Uruguay. Blogadai, nice to have you here from Central Virginia and Too Many Radios. I was reading what you posted earlier this week on the M-Lite 880, your kind of first impressions. And they were kind of interesting. You're asking yourself questions about the is it a radio? What is it exactly? What it was. It made me actually think also because I use it, I like it, but I'm not sure it's something for everybody. I'm not sure everybody would like a radio like that at all. We geek out on that, and some of us do, but not everyone. So, when I see a lot of people kind of saying, well, it's sad that Texan doesn't upgrade anything on its radios, and PL 520, well, it's kind of a PL 330s anyway. Yeah, but some people, and I think a lot of people, that's just what they want, a simple radio. They don't want to have all the technology and all the crap that not all the crap, but all the stuff that for them is crap because it's too complicated, like using an SDR. So it really depends on who wants what. Some of us will want, an M light and things like that, but a lot of people just want an easy to use radio that will do the job. And I think Texan has is spot there. It sells radios because people, for all the people that buy them, those are the more simple radios that people want. Even though simple is a big word, because with a number of features and buttons on those radios, it is still a complicated thing, but it's not as complicated as using an M light, going into menus, or an SDR and playing around with the settings and playing around with all the things that SDRs can do. So it really depends on what you want to do for the most part. TVDXer, salut, ça va bien, j'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you on board from just north of Montreal. CC Halfant USA, or I don't know if Chalfant, or I'm trying to find the meaning. Nice to have you here from EM58 near St. Louis, Missouri. Nice to have you on board. Joseph, nice to have you on board. Says I'm the 11th person to like this video. So you broke the symmetry of 10. Nice to have you here from San Francisco Bay, California. Brett Woolley, nice to have you on board, and nice to have you here from Northwest Oklahoma. Rick Myers, KO40SA, nice to have you here from Florida, 85 degrees. Not made a QSO since May 5th. Atmospheric conditions have been absolutely horrible. I turned on my Yaesu last night, just out of curiosity, around 03 UTC, and I put it in FT8 mode, and I checked the different bands, and there's a little bit of Central South America stuff, but for the most part, it was almost only US stations. So you could see that, conditions weren't that great. Lagardai, nice to have you here. Brian Leesner, nice to have you on board. Creeper D Films, are you the owner of the Space Weather Live app? Nope. Nor am I the owner of any app. Nice to have you here, NJ Tech. Can someone play Woman Loves Us, a clean version, Ontario 1260 AM, in honor of new Pope? Huh. Okay. Yep, doing fine. Chalfand USA. Steve Burnham, nice to have you on board from Central Pennsylvania. Robert Varner, nice to have you here. KC2TEL in New Jersey. Megan, nice to have you here. Megan from Commerce City, Colorado. DH1AO, nice to have you on board from northern part of Germany. Have a beer and the world is peaceful. Well, for the most part. But some people are not peaceful necessarily when they drink. It depends on some people should not drink. Let's say it like that. But yeah. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. NJ Tech says to receive ham on GQRX. I want to hear something. Go to record and transcribe. Put on. Okay. My listener conditions were me checking to see if I still had an antenna outside. VVM, nice to have you on board. Martin, nice to have you here from Stockholm. There it's 50 Fahrenheit, past 10 p.m., maybe 60 Fahrenheit, but windy earlier. So that wasn't too bad. 60 is decent. It's decent enough that, you put a little sweater on and go out with your radios. When it's windy, maybe not, but here it's weird. It was windy, very windy earlier this afternoon, but it seems to have calmed down. 0-100, nice to have you here. KD2ANN in New Jersey, watching Dayton Avenge live streams. Oh yeah, they always have that live stream every year. Every year, yeah. I have a couple of guys that I know that I've gone there at the Dayton Convention. Apparently, there's Shoyang is there with a booth. So if you guys go there, you could go check these Shoyang radios. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here from Dundee, Scotland. Summer is still struggling to emerge. And what else do we have? ZY3WR, Radio Farda at 12070, changed to 12040 due to bubble. So yeah, they have to move because of the jamming going on. Kevin, nice to have you here. Thank you so much for the tip. And says, enjoyed a fantastic day at Sunken Gardens today. Got to hang out with flamingos, macaws, tortoise in botanical lush settings. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And you're having a lot of fun there, I can tell you that. You're really going around, because I've seen a lot of your videos, and so it seems to be very beautiful. And you're really taking the time to go around and just visit make yourself a tourist where you are. 09 Keller, nice to have you here from North Texas. Joseph, the bubble is a type of jammer that Iran uses, and it usually is always the same type of jammer. So that's we call it the bubble jammer. Usually when we hear that, we kind of know that it's pretty much always from Iran. Darren Rogers, nice to have you here. KB2AHS in Long Island, New York. ZY3WR, they got most Farda frequencies, and Iran TV International to move to 15765. Yeah, there's a lot. This week there's a lot of people wondering what was that on 15765 that no one, there was no schedules with any info nowhere. It took a while before they noticed that that's where Iran TV International moved to 15765. What else do we have? Let me go back up. All right. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here from sunny South Texas, where it's 88 Fahrenheit. We have Andy Newside says, get those thumbs up. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you on board. Forgot to sign in. Greetings from Ontario, Canada. Nice to have you here, Craig. V83JPX, nice to have you on board. And says, did you go to the Triumph concert in Montreal? No, I did not. I did see that they were coming. I think it was I like several bands. But no, I didn't. I'm not a huge fan of Triumph. But there are a few things that are coming up later this fall that I'm kind of curious. But today I look at the price of tickets, and I'm almost very often I'm like, too expensive. I'm not going to pay that. It's really going nuts now today at the price of the different concert tickets. What 3WR, I don't know if anyone noticed, but recently the whole 6900 have Morse codes. Well, I've seen some reports of people mentioning that there are a lot of Morse code just below the amateur band on that range. I haven't checked it out here. I should be, as the time passes today, we'll maybe check it out in tune, see what we can get there. Because I did see several posts of people saying, have you noticed all the CW just below the 40 meter band? Michael, nice to have you here. What are the top picks for 2026 simple analog AM FM for DXing and AM? And also big hello from New Jersey. Talking analog, that's the thing because analog radios are getting, it's like they're getting out of there. It's most radios use DSP chips today. If you were to mention mostly a radio that doesn't mute when you tune around, things like that, for 2026, I don't have to think about it a little. I would guess depends. You want to have simple radio, so I'd guess maybe the Sangean ATS 909 to the Texan PL 880 or 990, things like that would be pretty good for what they are, and they don't mute, and they work pretty well in general. But most other radios are DSP based now, and they all mute when you tune around with the tuning now, including the PL520. So it's getting a little more difficult to find anything. If you can find one, a Texan PL 660 or 680 would be something, but I'm not sure the 680 is still made. It's not in stock, so Anonco has not been in stock for a while. I think there are places that still sell some, but I don't know. Gardening and grafting. Nice to have you here from northern Pakistan. John Beckham, nice to have you here from Northeast Florida. Martin says on RRI it's at least on in French at 11975 right now. It's a bit weak. Yeah, I'm going to try it out here. 11975. I'm not hearing anything here. I heard it this week though when they was on. I don't know, maybe it's maybe 2030. 2030. Don't they have a 17? I hear Spain weak on 17715, but is it 2030 or 21? It's 2030. Let's check the schedules here. I'm gonna go to 2030 UTC. They should be on 2030. I think they should be on now. So they should be on, yes, in English. 15420, I think, as the frequency. 154.2. Yeah, it's not very strong, but it's there. There's a very, very weak carrier. Maybe some of you can try it. 15420 is the frequency for Eastern North America right now, 2030 to 21, for Radio Romania in English. And you should be hearing maybe 9740 or 11975 for Western Europe. 974. Yeah, it's on 9740. So the English today is working there. You hear 9740, not very strong, Western Europe. And I have a very weak signal on 15420, which is also, this one's meant for Eastern North America. So that's what I'm hearing right now. Gardening and crafting says, I ordered an LC90. Once you said it is your most favorite radio after last update, I want your opinion. It's not necessarily my favorite, but I like it because of its fact that it has both shortwave, which is decent in performance, and has international, streams that you can listen to. When there's nothing on shortwave, you can go on the internet radio, and it kind of completes each other. So but it is nice. It's you're gonna have fun. Like I've been working on part 2 of my M-Lite 880 review, but it's going slowly. It is a complex radio with a lot of things. I certainly aren't, because I've seen so many people like really going nuts over the M-Lite 880, and apart from the very good noise reduction, if you'd remove that feature from the M-Lite 880, it would not even be something that I'd be talking more than I should, because I don't find it to be that great, honestly. As a portable radio, on a standalone portable radio, certainly not. With a telescopic, forget it. And especially as you go down and down in frequency, that thing is deaf. And it requires really a external antenna to work decently. There it shines, there it works well with an external antenna. But, we got to remember that it's a portable radio. It's meant to be portable, So apart from the noise reduction that I got to say is great, there's nothing impressive about it. And it is complicated to use for a lot of people. ZY3WR 11975 strong. SWL Dan, nice to have you on board. And thanks for the nice comments. Brian Leesley said that Texan isn't making a similar offer to M-Lite. I have what I have, but I know they have 3 defective M-Lites, 3 refunds, and a purchase blacklist from LS Evolve's website. Yeah, well, I don't think Texan wants to go there. I don't think Texan is interested in doing anything like that. They're surfing on what they have and selling radios, simple radios. I would put it more into the Texan. This is what Texan does, and they will always probably be like that, whatever comes out in the future, if they ever do something else. The only thing missing that would be nice is, of course, RDS on FM, I have to say. For those, a lot of people are saying, well, it doesn't have airband. I don't like radios without airband. I don't care about airband on shortwave portables, personally, because the scan is slow. They're not that great on airband. They listen to your local airport, yes, if you want. But it's not, I will take a scanner radio any day. Even the cheapest one outperforms any of the shortwave portables on the airband. It's as simple as that. That's why I never really care about is there or not airband on these radios. Now, it's a nice feature, and I know some people kind of, have a radio that also listens to my local airport. It's kind of cool. And okay, yes, absolutely. But I am more of, like the airband. I don't listen to the airport only. The airband, I want to scan the airband, hear, plane to plane conversations, hear anything that would come out of the blue from an airband, especially here with the big airport we have. And for that, well, my scanner radios do a way better job for me to hear because they scan real fast. So I don't miss out much on conversations, where the shortwave ones are so slow on scanning that forget it. You miss out on everything. It's meant to be, I sit down and listen to my local airport, and that is it, basically, for most of the airband on shortwave portables. And if that's just what you want to do, for that, they're fine, and they do the job. ZY3WR, I can hear Weak Radio France, 11995-9790. Fat Bear, nice to have you on board from from Kansas. Really not the same place. Nice to have you here from Kansas, Fat Bear. Old radios. There was a place that had many great vintage radios, but I didn't buy any because I wanted to save money, plus space is an issue. I went to get a few things today, and there was a garage sale not very far from here, and I actually stopped by and started looking at the stuff they had. They had one old radio, but it's like, what am I going to put it? And I didn't even ask for the price. It was like I don't have space for radios anymore. So might as well, leave it for somebody else. Blogger I'm not finding much the way of 2700 button top unprotected cells for the Amlight. I haven't here in Canada. I've checked several places. Nobody has 21700s, and Amazon doesn't have anything that I can buy with 21700s. And the only place I haven't checked yet that I should go is my local electronic surplus store. They have a lot of stuff there, maybe, but they seem tough to find here, at least in Canada. And so what I thought is, use it with, external battery packs, rechargeable battery packs. Old radios, I got a Philco 461Q203, or 1203. Brian Leesner, Amlight, severe quality control issues. Consider yourself lucky if you have a perfect unit. So, yeah, it might be possible that they're having problems with that. Alabama Red, nice to have you on board. Joseph says, that's why I'm a stoner. Alcohol takes me places. Brian Leesner, understand that most vocal are the most unhappy. Good luck getting RMA for an M-Lite. The biggest issue. That's the opposite. That's where I was talking to Sheldon about that. An example of that is how when you look at an Onco, where you buy a Texan receiver from an Onco, I mean, any problem you have, Anna is like out there, and the service is great. And then you get other manufacturers, and you're talking here about the M-Lite, and it's like, yeah, it's kind of complicated to just try to have an exchange, or everything's always complicated. It's funny, I actually sent an email to Uniden, because I told them, I got a channel where I talk radio, and that new SDS 150 would be nice to, test and talk about and make a review maybe on the channel. Man, the hoops I have to go through, and I'm not even sure they actually really wanna. And if they wanna, it's just going to be like, they're going to send me one, but I have to send it back. And you're like, come on, guys. China sends me radios for free because it's like, just here, go, take it. They know it's going to be worth it, especially if the radio's good. And you get these manufacturers that like, yeah, it seems too complicated and too, well, keep your radio. I mean, here I'm never going to purchase that. I mean, I'm not going to buy an SDS 150 at $1,395. That's what it costs at Radio World in Toronto. It ain't worth that, because in a few years from now, all the technologies are going to change, and all of the, digital stuff that you were listening to, well, there won't be there anymore. And you're going to be left with a $1,400 radio that listens to a minimum amount of transmissions. So, not worth it. It's, Gino Kearney, nice to have you here from Kentucky, Gino. 813 Patrol, nice. What's the deal with the wide FSK signals on 6900-ish? If you're talking about something that's probably like, it sounds like tones and is like 40 kilohertz wide, it could be one of those financial trading signals that are on the bands. They've been popping up, I know, in the 6 megahertz range, not that far in the from the pirate bands. So and what's the M like on airband? It seems decent. I mean, for listening to a specific frequency, like listening to the airport, the local airport. I've left it on the main frequency here of the airport for the arrivals. And I mean, it seemed to be good. I would have to compare it because one of the things I've not done is like take my Pro 43 scanner out, which I know is very good on airband, and compare the what it receives, how the weaker signals might fare. It seems okay. One of the things also that right now they've added they have the 1.5 firmware now. I actually put that on the radio this week. It extends receive to 168 megahertz, something like that. It's completely deaf above 148.3. Actually, I got an email saying, well, it shouldn't be, and it is. I actually have what it takes to transmit in those frequency range all the way up to 160. And what I've noticed is that the behavior of the radio is if I'm 148.1 peak, you see my signal. 148.2 peak, you see my signal. 148.3 peak, you see my signal. 148.4, nothing. You see the reaction of the waterfall that their radio's reacting to some signal, but there's no peak, there's no nothing, you can't receive. It doesn't receive. Now they're supposed to fix that on 1.6 apparently, but it's they what they told me is that they weren't supposed to go all the way up to 168 megahertz. They really thought the radio would stop at 148 megahertz. And so it's kind of an experiment. And they're saying that as we move on from 148 to 168, sensitivity should be going down. Although those that were on 1.4, that frequency range was working. Somebody did tell me that he was receiving NOAA weather channels. So it seems to be decent enough for that. 813 says it's not Morse code, it's a super wide FSK. I can't copy any code from it. Huh. Okay, that's interesting. We'll have to check that out for sure. I'll have to check that out. I've seen a few videos. Because what I've noticed is on the videos, all the peaks peak at the same time pretty much on many of the frequencies. So it's kind of, you know. So an Onco, for those that want to buy a DXing radio, this is the only place you should go. Best service ever. Anna is super sweet. And here's the website for an Onco. SWL Dan, I love my PL880 and my original PLL DGen D1103. Yeah, it is a nice radio. I haven't taken mine out in a spin for a while. I should take it out for a spin. It's weird the way it is and designed, but it's kind of fun to tune and play with the DGen, the original DGen 1103. So Brett Willie, I just put the Anonco. Radio HF. Sheldon, I received. It's funny because I received the let me just go up here, new window. I received your email concerning the I got it here. I saw it here somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, the reminder for CIDX for tomorrow. Mine, if it bounced, mine went through because I've got the info here for the CIDX. for sure. So, but there's often problems with Outlook. So it's possible that there's something wrong. I know that this week they had a few issues on the Outlook, but you know what? Mine, I hear everything went through. I see I see everything that went through. So anyways, it's possible that there is a problem with the Outlook or the Outmail stuff. They've had some problems. I've been making a few videos about the problems with that in the past couple of weeks. It's more than 2 days. It's like in the past couple of weeks, there's been tons of little problems like that with these accounts. So for those that are CIDX members, don't forget that tomorrow is the CIDX Zoom meetup for all the CIDX members, guys. So don't forget that. And we've had, of course, we have this month 102-page CIDX bulletin, which is great. If you have never asked for one, you should definitely ask for a sample copy of the CIDX Messenger. And hey, join the club. You'd be part of a club at the same time. So you could ask. Just going to put it here because I'm going to want to put the show you guys the so this is the cover of this month's bulletin, the May 102-page this month. So the May issue is here. So this is the cover with the WRMI transmissions, and you know, you get all of this. You'll get the headquarters report, board directors, feature articles, broadcast band listening, very interesting QSL column, my World of Utility column, shortwave logbook, World English survey, free radio scene with pirate radioactivity, World of Radio stuff from Glenn Hauser, shortwave station resources, DX program guide, not just listening, potting aloud technical topics, a radio bookshelf, I'm radio, Muse and News, news and notes, and some technical stuff sometimes. So, yep, it's a nice little bulletin to get, and you'll be part of a club, and you can actually join in every month to our Zoom meeting when you're part of the club. So you can ask for the CIDX Messenger and membership. Just send an email at sample@cidxclub.ca. And if you've never asked for one, take the time to ask for one. And you'll receive a nice little PDF in your email. No solicitation. You won't get any, you know, promotion of any sorts. Again, you'll be just, you know, it's not a scam where people send you stuff forever and you get spam all the time. This is a one-time thing. You'll get your bulletin, and if you want to join in, $10 for a year, $25 for 3 years. I think it's a great offer, and the Messenger is a great bulletin. And like I said, you're part of a club. It's not just receiving a bulletin. It's not like just subscribing to a magazine. You're part of a radio club. 0-100. Direct conversion SDR radio circuitry is becoming more commonplace. John Beckham says, oops, I'm just going to go up here for a second. Okay. So here it is. Okay. John Beckham, the Texan D9700 is a good old analog radio. It's decent, but the thing is, it misses out on certain bands, on the extras. And I've had a few people say that the dial is, on some, the dial is really not very accurate. So that's kind of interesting. We'll be checking that out on those Morse code stations or whatever. Andy New, 9740s blasting. Brian Leesner, 15420, very weak, but there. Freaking out the AGC. Shortwave SWL Dan. Yep, they are really unsettled. We are at the K index was at 4 earlier, so not the best. And solar flux 101 is just above 100. It's starting to get a little low. Ray Oxford, nice to have you on board from Victoria, BC, British Columbia. Yep, for Canadian viewers, it's there's Victoria Day. Here in Quebec, they changed it for the Patriots Day, but it's there's a holiday this weekend here in Canada. Marty, nice to have you here from Wisconsin. Blagadai, I think the M Light without noise reduction is actually noisier than many other radios. It might be. It might be. I know that when you just put your hand in front of the display on the M Light, and the noise goes through the roof. That's one thing that I noticed immediately. J Projects IRU monitors think it's too wide FSK signals. It moved from 40 meters to 6900 area. Very confusing when it was in the CW portion. Yeah, I would guess. Planet 003, nice to have you on board. Ordered early bird deal, 10 euros, Redicas V115P. Jim Gordon, I don't know about the Amlight 880, but I do like the Texan PL 880. It is a favorite of mine. What do you and others think of it? Well, the PL 880 is known to be a great radio. That is, people that have it usually really like it. It is known to be a good radio. And that's why, I never push for these things really. It's like when somebody tells me I've got a PL 880, should I move on to a PL 990 and things like that? I'm like, I already have a great radio. Why should you? Nah. You don't spend your money doing that. So in 5 minutes, if we want to try it, 17458 CW mode is going to be an M12 St. Petersburg, Russia Morse code number station. And I don't know if it's going to come through with the propagation we're having today. So 17458 CW and 17457 upper sideband if you don't have CW. I made a remarkable discovery this week. The PI segment X value in the RTS display is directly convertible to call sign for US stations. Okay. Ryan Guest, nice to have you here. The problem with airband on portables is that usually there's no squelch. So what you just sit there and listening to his, might as well not even put the airband on those types of radios. Yeah, some do, some don't. Like a bigger radio, like the Texan PL 22, the Texan S2200X, for example, that big radio, that one has a squelch on it, and that can be used for airband. But yeah, there are some radios that definitely do not have the squelch, so that all in between the transmissions, you do have to listen to the static. All right, Jay Dakota, nice to have you here. Texan does what Texan feels safe doing. Texan seems like they are like to use the same design in a lot of different radios, especially their LCD readout. Yep. No offense. I like the PL 330. Yeah, I think it's a smart move personally. When people say, well, well, doing the same thing again, but it's a smart move. They don't have to spend on redesigning a display, redesigning a whole radio. They know that they'll design a radio. They already have the parts because the display is the same. They'll just have to, design a new radio and use that part, and that's it. It saves them money. And I think they play safe like that because they know that the market is kind of tight, and they have their own customers. That's what they want, and that's it. RJ Dakota, XH data D808. Yep, the XH data D808 does have squelch. Absolutely. Old radios, there is an estate sale place that is open 1 weekend a month, and boy, how they get lots of stuff, but it's pricey. Yeah. Old radios, there's some nice floor models there, but I don't have room for those. Yeah. Brian Leesner. Oops, let me go back up here. There we go. So, Brian Leesner, exactly. Issue an RMA and you have a customer for life. Insist on one from Ellis Evolve and you're a troublemaker. Yeah. Yeah. Marty, how do you monitor current wave propagation to determine good or not good, so good signals? You mean how I would do, like, what type of listening I would do to know if propagation is good or not? Let's just see if anything's coming out of I I don't think I'm here. It's that I'm kind of in my head listening to the static sometimes, but I don't think I'm hearing 17458 right now. CW Morse code from. So, usually what I do is I listen to standard signals. If I want to know if propagation is decent, I will use standard signals that I know are there at the time I want to listen to that should be coming in, and compare the levels that you have. It's either time signal stations like WWV. It could be Volmet stations from Europe, like Shannon Volmet, or the RAF, the Royal Air Force One Volmet in the UK. It could be even like I'll use some of the US stations I know they're always there and see how strong they are, and mix that up and check out, and gives me a pretty decent idea of what propagation looks like in general. Jim Gordon, I know that I have bought radios and software over the years after they have been recommended on your shows. Yeah, I try to recommend the stuff that's really, really, I know it's people are gonna be happy with. Like the M-Lite 880. I said what I had to say. Do I recommend it? I can't say I really recommend it. But I gave out the details of what it is and what it does and my personal opinion on it. It has some internal noise also. When you push the gain a little too high, it has a lot of internal spurious signals in it. It doesn't make it the best radio actually. I probably will update my first kind of review of the M Light and give a little more details on maybe what I like, what I don't like on it. Hey, Paul, nice to have you on board. Hey, no problem. I did. I was telling everybody at the beginning. I had a blast because here's what happened. So first of all, nice to have you here, Paul. And one is you in Northern Vermont. I did find a spot in the park where the I could key up really well and hear really well the Covey Hill repeater, and it seemed to work really decently. So when the next time we will try, I think I got the right spot for it. Second of all, I actually brought with me an old an experiment. It's a YouTuber that gave me the experiment, the idea. I came across a guy that used old walkie-talkies from Radio Shack and even other CB portable walkie-talkies, and what he did is actually record his ham station receiving him. So he'd get in his car and he said, no, okay, here I'm a quarter mile, half a mile, 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles. And then he'd go back and we would see the result. He would edit that into a quick video for each distance. And he actually gave me an idea because I said, hey, I can do the same. I could just leave my Yaesu on, record on the SD card of the Yaesu, and I'll have a recording of me. So what I did is I brought with me the Yaesu FT65 to try to contact you, and I tried for, I stayed maybe 20 minutes just in case. And then I took the walkie-talkie, a TRC21640 channel from Radio Shack that's like 40 years old. And I started walking around, and every time I'd get to a corner street, I would key up, mention what corner street I'm at, and then I would continue to another corner street, key up, say what corner street I'm at. And I did that, and I walked for like 2 hours. I went actually quite far, and then came back. And so I thought this is going to be kind of cool to take the recording and hear how strong my signal was at each spot. Now, one other thing that would be fun, maybe I should do it with my my camera, my webcam, is of course seeing the S meter would be kind of nice, but at least with just hearing it. So I did that, but I still yet have to listen to it. Because when I put the SD card on the PC, one of my mini PCs to extract the audio clip, I heard a little thump sound inside, and the SD card and the reader of the SD card fell in the computer. So it's like, okay, I'm going to have to open the computer to recover my SD card. But once I do that, I will check out I'm really curious to listen to how my signal was at different places while I was walking around. So I had a great afternoon, so it's like no worries. I thought I probably forgot, or like I was saying to everybody, I said maybe you woke up and said, hey, it's Mother's Day. I forgot about that. And so we'll try again. Tomorrow I'm not sure because of I'm supposed to get my new lawnmower maybe. So I'm not sure if I'll get out or not of the house. If I do, maybe what I could do is around noon tomorrow, if you want, I can send you an email and ask you, like, after 3 p.m., what would be the best time? And if you have some time, we could try again tomorrow, but it'll depend on what exactly is happening tomorrow. So check for an email. If by noon you don't have an email from me, then it won't happen. But if at noon you got an email, then we'll see if we can arrange something, if you're available, of course. Blogger Die, yep. Hemlight 880 has a squelch feature, absolutely. Joseph, listening to announcement of a marine event on channel 13, 156,700. 7 sailing vessels. Wow. Brian Leesner, with all the downsides of the M-Light, I still like and use the radio daily. Brian Leesner, there are annoyances that should not be. Fractionally, they are fine. And I have one running, listening to Radio Romania right now. Like I, there are hardware changes in the Hemlight 880 between the ones that originally came with V1.4 earlier. So this of all says the top range now is 165. So we'll see with 1.6, because mine receives nothing at all. Blogger says mine at excellent reception, weather at about 1.4 and 1.5, but mine is newer. Huh, okay. Jasmine, nice to have you on board from Seattle. Craig Martinetti, does Cuba still have a shortwave radio station broadcasting in English to North America? Yep. But the problem is that they have a lot of issues with the transmission not always being there. Sometimes it's just the carrier. And so you got to be lucky to get it. But I think in the past month, I've received it maybe once or twice in English and a few times in Spanish. But it's an on and off thing. It's like they have a hard time really keeping a good schedule with good audio and a good signal. Gino says Anonco has a Texan S2200 back in stock. Just got mine from Anna this week. Hope you're happy. It's a great radio. I like mine. I really love my S2200. Hangpar, nice to have you here from Los Angeles. And nice to have you here. And the LA, sitting in the LA traffic, which probably is, as I can imagine, as bad as the Montreal traffic. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. 77 Fahrenheit, sunny skies. And made it home. Finally made it home. 45 days in the hospital. Well, that's a long time. 45 days, you really, really, really can't wait to get back home. That for sure. That's for sure. Ryan Leesner, just had an eBay interaction with Anna. I had a PayPal issue, and no one could be sweeter. So, pretty cool. WF7I Homebrew, nice to have you here, Bert, from back from the Dayton Amvention, and 4 days in May. Had a great time. Saw Richard Cuff, Thomas Witherspoon. I did ask Thomas if I could interview him, but he was a little reluctant. Yeah, I think he wants to keep a little more out of sight. Yeah. And so it's fine. It's fine. And he didn't know me, of course, so didn't quite pull that off. He gave a fantastic presentation on hurricane damage, 2024 storm that hit his home. Oh yeah, he got hit real bad with the hurricane back in the day, and all the help and all the things he did for to help out. Skidology. Nice to have you here from Southern Ontario. Alabama Red, 2 great contacts for me this week. Was able to get Trenton Military in Alabama, and 6185 Radio Educación in Mexico City. Pretty cool. For the first time using 990X and K480 WLA antenna. Cool. Really nice. Technology. I was wondering why shortwave reception was the best it was yesterday. Turns out there was a solar storm coming in the nighttime. Yeah, there we reached a geomagnetic storm, like G2 class, I think, storm in the evening. Joseph 9740 can see in the waterfall just a little, don't hear nothing. Like I died in the 880 is a fantastic speaker. Jim Gordon, BBC have announced the shutdown of Radio 4 transmitters long wave end of June. It used 198. Yeah, there's still an ongoing battle with that right now, but yeah, it is sad to see that that it's going. Unfortunately, it's kind of part of history at the same time that goes away. Thinking about that, so yeah, it is really really sad to see something like that go. Yarabumba, nice to have you here. Thank you, and much appreciated. Scatology. If you have an ATS-25 or any, if you have the variants, the CW is just USB. So just use the frequency you would use on USB. So, the Gray Geek, new to Shortwave, and glad I found your channel. Where's the link to join the club, please? I am working overseas and in Marshall Islands at the time. Thanks again for the information you provide. So yeah, I'll post it again. It's just ask for a sample, CIDX Club, a sample at cidxclub.ca. So sample at cidxclub.ca, and you will have all the info, for the club at the same time, and you'll be able to subscribe to join the club and have the messenger, and you can join our Zoom meetings, monthly Zoom meetings, the Gray Geek. Craig Martinetti, okay. Then I answered. GMAC, nice to have you here. Joseph says Texan has a whole boutique stereo equipment side. Seems like it's only available in China. If I ever go to China, I plan to check it out. And what else do we have here? Joseph. Those Texan, free to choose. Ham operators in Canada are not allowed to use encryption, but what if they had a system similar to those Russian CW number stations just for the sheer fun of it? Would that be illegal? It is totally legal for any hams of any country. It's not a Canada thing. It's for any hams in any country to have an encryption. You can use digital stuff, but it has to be open source in a way that everybody can decode it if they have the right equipment. No encryption that needs a special hidden key, or that is not allowed on the amateur band at all in any country around the world. $16,234 is our next target, if it ever comes to $16,234. So let's try this one. 16234 CW 16233 USB coming up in 3 minutes. Oh yeah, Cuba does. Cuba does. Cuba does broadcast to North America, and their kind of running schedule still works, but it's it's really the transmissions. They have a hard time getting anything out since they were hit by that hurricane a few years ago. They're having a hard time coming back. Jim Gordon, you mentioned Texan not redesigning displays. Do you remember that when Ethon were going to put out a satellite exec type radio with a color display? Yeah. Oh yeah. They after the E1 that's after that fiasco of the big satellite T1 whatever HD radio. They spent. I'm sure they spent so much money for that and didn't sell radios because they were too crappy that they were just like, okay, we're not doing anything anymore. I would have loved that one with the color display. It looked so nice. I would have loved that little portable if it would have been decent with that colorful display. It definitely looked nice. But I'm pretty sure that they just said, the hell with it, we don't have any money anymore. And, you know, it's so stupid. I don't understand that a company can release a piece of crap like that and ask for so much money for it, too. I mean, it would have been, I don't know. That was crazy. SWL Dan, bands are terrible today. Can't even get WRMI and 15770, and they usually boom in here. Marty, thank you. I understand. Love your live stream. Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you here. Everett, nice to have you on board. Martinetti, I forgot about that. Cuba is experiencing blackouts. That also is not helping. Definitely. Gabriel, during this brief for the expedition, I used Google for info on schedules. There's any good app nowadays for Android? I can't find one I used 4 years ago. There's one called Shortwave Schedules. Is just the name. Shortwave Schedules. Check for that on the Android, the Google Play Store. So, doesn't seem like any of the frequencies are coming in today. This is definitely letting us know that propagation is not great. Because last week we heard all of them. Last week we could hear all of them. And this week we're not even hearing anything. Skillology, only Cuba broadcasts. The Cubans will be listening to this Radio Marti. Yeah, well, their jammers have not been heard in a long time. I haven't heard a Cuban jammer in a while. So, nor did I hear any Cuban number station in a while. ZY3WR, WRMI's 15770 start to come in. Here I got CHU time pips are starting to come in, so there could be slow change in the propagation conditions right now. Yep, going a little down. K-index was 4.4 when I started the show. My K-index here is at 3.6. So things are slightly improving. Slightly improving. With a solar flux of 101, which is kind of low solar flux. Bob, this week I watched a video about the Russia Doomsday Shortwave radio station at 4625. Fascinating stuff. Yeah, the buzzer. Famous buzzer that's been on for ages. Haven't heard it here in a while. I'm going to have to check out if I can hear it. As we're getting into summer, summer's not a good time for me to hear the buzzer usually. But it's kind of, temperature's kind of nice. The last time I heard it was outside in the backyard with my Texan S2200X and the telescopic. I'm gonna try it tonight. See if, well, with conditions we have now, maybe not coming in, but I'm gonna try it at least in the next few days. Mike WX50, nice to have you on board. Nice to have you here. WT Radio, check the email. I should be available 3 to 5. All right, I'll leave you an email at, let's say I'll leave you an email at maximum 1 p.m. to let you know if I am available. And if I am, it possibly would be like 4 p.m. This time around rather than 3. And we'll try it again. Skidology, not going to say much about that BC politics, but the U.S. government shut down Radio Marti. Yeah, let's not go there. Morse code at 9347. So John Beckham says a new release V115P has a weak AM reception and I can't receive weatherband on it. Otherwise the radio is okay. Okay. So no Giant 17 for 5.8. All right, Jasmine, no problem. I'll be checking that out. College, I've been wanting to get the V115P to replace my V115 sounding antenna, and it broke, so I want to get a new one. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here. On Beckham's Skidology V115. I wonder if they have it here on Amazon Canada. The V115P. Amazon. Let's check it out. V115P. And the results. V1, the original V115 is $36.99 Canadian. I don't see the P version though. Just see the original V115. I could see it for that price range, 35 to between 35 and 40 Canadian dollar. I'd probably get it just to do a review of it for the fun of it. So, but it doesn't seem to pop up here as see, shortwave reception is fine. Here, the problem with pretty much all Reticus radios that I have is the same thing, is that they're all overloaded by the strong FM signals that I have in Montreal, and almost all of them are pretty much useless here. PVM, ever hear of using door window pass-through flat RF coax? Yeah, I've seen people use that with pretty good success actually, so that they could have an outdoor antenna. Do you think that writing a petition could help bring back some major shortwave radio broadcasters like HDJB? One thing for sure, once they're transmitter sites have been destroyed. Coming back to shortwave from their own countries is never going to happen. What I would suggest for anybody that would like to have some more stations is write to stations that you know are still, for example, on the web. I don't know, like Radio Sweden has a Radio Sweden weekly podcast that I listen to. You write to that Radio Sweden and you say, hey, you know, that 30-minute podcast could be on the air for a very cheap on WRMI, and you'd be kind of having a shortwave presence again. And, you know, that could be something. If they wish to come back, it's a very cheap way to come back, and they could be on, you know, like WRMI, or, you know, you can even suggest WBCQ, or like all of these stations that rent airtime, and see what happens. Maybe somebody somewhere just doesn't know and says, oh, well, we would like to come back to shortwave if it doesn't cost that much. But for the most part, but that's for those that have already programming being made. If a station is gone and doesn't produce, you know, even if it's like, if it broadcasts in a certain language, say Radio Norway. Yeah, NHK, NRK, the NRK, Radio Norway, exists in Norwegian. They don't have English anymore. So they're not going to put a team of English to come back. It would cost them more money. So, you know, it has to be those that are still existing on a web platform. You know, you can ask ABC Radio Australia when you want to be on WRMI maybe. But apart from that, a lot of stations. We're going to talk tomorrow on the International Radio Report about an interesting development at the, for those that listen to shortwave for a long time, you guys remember Africa number 1, which was from Gabon. There are talks about modernizing the, apparently transmitter site is still there. It's like modernizing the transmitter site, new transmitters, and also adding new ways of, you know, having modern programming, and maybe coming back on the air. And the government is apparently serious, and things are happening. Kind of similar to Radio Nigeria right now, where apparently there are engineers, people on the ground that are going to revive the radio Australia things. So, you know. GMAC, was the lead Gianni shortwave radio D229 the one with lighted buttons? Yeah, I think they are all lighted. Absolutely. That is beautiful. It is a great, great thing. That's something that's missing on so many radios. Lighted buttons. Especially at night when you use them. Yeah. The LC90, the Shoyoung radios, LC90, LC Mini, have lighted buttons too, which is nice. It's really nice to have that, honestly, on a radio. It's something that I wish would have been on the M-Lite. SWL Dan, people tried with RCI, yeah. Here, we know Radio Canada International just doesn't want to, you know, doesn't want to do anything. They're, even though by law there should be an international service, they're not interested in restarting anything with Radio Canada International. Roaring 20s. Nice to have you here. Brother Stare is back on my local 1340 with no station ID for a month now. Any laws in Canada about local AM IDs? Yep, they have to ID at least once every 30 minutes. It is a requirement by law. In Canada, I think it's 30 minutes. They absolutely have to ID. If they haven't ID'd, you could complain to the CRTC. No IDs on this station. They're going to investigate and issue a statement, and if they don't do anything, they'll give them a fine or even take out their license. There is an obligation to ID every 30 minutes. GMAC 1160, 760 with love. Yeah, last week was great. This week, ZY3WR, like the other one, there's something 16233, but very, very barely here. So Cuba on 11760 right now. Let me try if I can hear it. Cuban English. We were talking about, is Cuba there? Well, Cuban English. It's not very strong here, but strong enough that I could probably listen to a program. Listen to a program. So Radio Vena Cuba, making it. 11760. So that's pretty cool, actually. Definitely is nice to have online Kiwi SDRs that we can go through. Absolutely, SWL Dan. Paul Richardson, nice to have you on board. Just got back from visiting the inside of RCI in Sackville. Took some pictures. Cool. Kevin, good day. Nice to have you on board. Good day is no brother stare, yeah. John Beckham, 15500, Radio Spain. Mr. G. Marconi, nice to have you on board. Perch, want to listen to some pirate radio now. Give me some frequencies. Well, where are you located first, Perch? Because if you're in Europe and North America, it's not the same thing. And if we look right now, if I look at the schedules, North America Pirates, right now, nothing is listed for now on any of the frequencies for North American Pirates. So if you're in Europe, tune around 6200 to 6300 kilohertz. Skidology V115P was on Amazon Canada like a year ago, and ever since it hasn't been on there. Chris G, nice to have you on board. And Andrews, WBCQ also, yep. Jim Garden, I took out on my old radios for an indoor test, the Panasonic RF2200. It's big, so it's the speaker. It's great on shortwave, or it's CGTN on the 17490. Caroline 648 kilohertz shortwave. Conditions, as you know, are poor. These old radios are fun to play with, though. John Beckham, 11780. 11780 is Brazil. 11760 is Lagadice says, I use flat under window cable, works okay, but I've only found it with F connectors. Yeah, I think it's limited to certain types of connectors by the way it's done. I'm trying to remember the ones I've seen before. Teleweja, nice to have you on board. Good morning. So if you guys want to try, even if we were not successful, the last one for the number station, go to 15814 CW. Fifteen eight one four CW. And 15813 upper sideband. And we'll see in 2 minutes time if that one comes in or not. But today it's not the best for that. Ron Hicks, nice to have you on board. KM4LDI. Morning about 10:30 UT. 5850 came roaring into my Texan PL 880 with only a telescopic antenna. Pretty cool. In Memphis, Tennessee. Steelick, nice to have you on board. John Beckham, Shelby County. Skidology, I hope someday RCI will come back because I never got to listen to it because I didn't know about shortwave when I was a child. Yeah. On Hicks, I saw an active antenna made for Texan PL 880 for sale on Amazon. Has anyone tried it? Active antenna made for the Texan PL, or is it made by Texan? The AN48X by any chance? Jim Gordon, wow, do remember Africa #1. Great music and reception here in Scotland. Very exotic listening here. Yeah, I remember. I remember a story of Africa #1 is I remember they had every Tuesday, I think it was, they had a story, a horror story written by an African author. And I would listen to that every week, all the time. There were some good stories in there. Some were more funky. Like I remember one where it was a beer that made people act, in a certain way. And when they got to the factory, the beer was like, it was like trolls peeing in bottles. And it was like, okay, all right. Skidology, I only got into it recently, and keep in my mind, childhood days are like 2010s for me, so you can tell me that I'm pretty young. Yeah. I would, if I could, I would like to have people like you go back to 1985 or 1980 and tune a radio one day in those days. You would be overwhelmed by all that what's out there. You wouldn't even know what to tune because there would be too many choices. So, Brian Leisner says, all I can see are noise floors with nothing peaking above the noise. Yeah, conditions are really not that great. RJ Dakota can hear Africa #1 on my internet radio. It would be great to hear Africa #1, Voice of Nigeria also. Yep. Blagadai SSB version of the Ligiani RD2D9 is out, but the current version only has 5 kHz steps on SSB. Supposed to be fixed at the end of the month. I'd be curious of an SSB version of the Ligiani. And I find the one that I have the interesting. I'm not sure I made a review. I think I really need to sit down and make a review of it. So John Beckham's got 11760 Radio Havana, Cuba. Perch in Texas. Okay, well, it's a little early for pirate activity right now, but in North America, 6850 to 7,000 kilohertz is where 90% of the pirates will be. So keep tuning there. Right now, there's not much. I'm looking at one of the great resources, if you want to know, for pirates is HF Underground. So you can go and check out what people hear. And if you hear a pirate, you can also go and see if you can identify it there. Said Y3WR, I heard Voice of Nigeria once at 6005. I wonder why it stopped. Yeah, they were on and off for a couple of years with their transmitters, and eventually it just disappeared. But right now they are, apparently there's a bunch of engineers and people there. They are upgrading and fixing all the transmitters, the antennas. They should be coming back at some point. Craig Martinetti, Jean Paul the Cat, all of my dear friends have to go. So take care. Happy Victoria Day, my friend. And have a great weekend. And Andrews, a pirate would have to move outside of the pirate band in the US for this time of day. Yeah, well, they would need to be at a higher frequency range, like mixed radio does sometimes. The Wind, nice to have you here from Seneca County, New York. So it seems we haven't heard any of the number stations, so propagation definitely isn't great. Blogger Die, yes, the AN48 active antennas from Texan. I think I had one decades ago. Yeah, that thing, that Texan active loop antenna is a piece of crap. You're better off with an ML830. Or, any other like the the K480 WLA or the GR490. Ron Hicks, well, at first I saw the Texan PL880 bundled with a hard case and an active antenna, so I presume the active antenna is made by Texan. Yeah, it's probably that AN48X that they call. That is not a great antenna. Does Reticus utilize firmware? I would guess they probably have some firmware in there, yeah. Mike WX50, back in 1980, you could have multiple countries broadcasting in English in each band at one time. Yep. Definitely. So, guys, I am going to take a break for my caregiving duties. And we'll be coming back in a short amount of time. I will be tuning. What can I tune to have something in the background playing? Let's see if I hear. Oh, here. Well, that's music. So let's put 11760. Oh, that's music also. That's music also. So I guess I'm gonna leave you guys with some Mandarin Chinese. KNLS from Madagascar World Voice on 11610. And I'm coming back in a few minutes. Bring back a new beer too.
求你按着丰盛的慈爱，凭你拯救的诚实应允我。请你搭救我出离淤泥，和叫我陷在其中。请你使我脱离那在恨我的人，使我出离山水。求你不容大水没没我，不容深渊吞灭我，不容坑砍在我以上破我。耶和华，求你应允我，因为你的慈爱本为美好。求你按你丰盛的慈悲回转眷顾我，不要掩面不顾你的仆人。我是在急难之中求你速速的应允我，求你亲近我，救赎我，求你因我的仇敌把我赎回。你知道我受辱骂、欺凌、羞辱，我的敌人都在你面前。辱骂伤破了我的心，我又满了忧愁。我指望有人体恤，却没有一个；我指望有人安慰，却找不着一个。他们拿苦胆给我当食物，我渴了，他们拿醋给我喝。愿他们的筵席在他们面前变为网罗，在他们平安的时候变为接见。愿他们的眼睛昏蒙，不能看见；愿你使他们的腰常常颤抖。求你将你的恼恨倒在他们身上，将你的烈怒追上他们。愿他们的住处变为荒城，让他们的帐篷无人居住。因为你所击打的，他们就逼迫；你所击伤的，他们细说他的愁苦。愿你在他们的罪上加罪，不容他们在你面前称义。愿他们从生命册上被涂抹，不得记录在义人之中。但我是困苦忧伤的，神啊，让你的救恩跟我安置在高处。我要以诗歌赞美神的名，以感谢称他为大。这便在耶和华喜悦，胜似献牛，或是献有角有蹄的公牛。谦卑的人看见了就喜乐，寻求神的人愿你们的心苏醒。因为耶和华听了求拔人，不藐视被求的人。愿天和地、洋海和其中一切的动物都赞美他，因为神要拯救西安，建造犹大的城邑。他的民要在那里居住，得以为业。他仆人的后裔要承受为业，爱他名的人也要住在其中。诗篇109篇。我所赞美的神啊，请你不要闭口不言，因为恶人的嘴和诡诈人的口已经张开攻击我。他们用撒谎的舌头对我说话，他们围绕我说怨恨的话，用无故的攻打我。他们与我为敌，以报我爱，让我专心祈祷。他们向我以恶报善，以恨报爱。愿你派一个恶人辖制他，派一个对头站在他右边。他受审判的时候，愿他出来担当罪名。愿他的祈祷反成为罪。愿他的年日短少，愿别人得他的职分。愿他的儿女为孤儿，他的妻子为寡妇。愿他的儿女漂流为讨饭，从他的荒凉之处出来求食。愿强暴的债主牢笼他一切所有的，让外人抢他劳碌得来的。愿无人向他延绵施恩，愿无人可怜他的孤儿。愿他的后人断绝，名字被涂抹，不传于下代。愿他祖宗的罪孽被耶和华纪念，愿他母亲的罪过不被涂抹。愿这些罪常在耶和华面前，使他的名号断绝于世。因为他不讲施恩，却逼迫困苦求乏的和伤心的人，要把他们治死。他爱咒骂，咒骂就临到他；他不喜爱福乐，福乐就与他远离。他拿咒骂当衣服欢笑，这咒骂就如水进他里面，像油入他的骨头。 念着咒骂，当他遮身的衣服，当他长束的腰带，这就是我对头和用恶言议论我的人从耶和华那里所受的报应。主耶和华，求你为你的名恩待我，因你的慈爱美好，求你搭救我，因为我困苦求乏，内心受伤。我如日影渐渐偏斜而去，我如蝗虫被抖出来。我因进食筋骨软弱，我身上的肉也渐渐瘦了。我受他们的羞辱，他们看见我便摇头。耶和华我的神啊，求你帮助我，照你的慈爱拯救我，使他们知道这是你的手，是你耶和华所行的事。任凭他们咒骂，唯愿你赐福。他们几时起来，就必蒙羞，你的仆人必要欢喜。愿我的对头披戴羞辱，愿他们以自己的羞愧为外袍遮身。我要用口极力称谢耶和华，我要在众人中间赞美他，因为他必站在城南人的右边，要救他脱离审判他灵魂的人。
All right. After going through everything, now we're back. Go here. And I'll just check out the email. Make sure that... Whoa. If anybody said hello, let's check it out here. All right. And let's continue here. So, okay, through the email. Bob from Wick, thank you so much. Kevin Davidson, Blogger Die. Brian Leesner, thank you for the donations through PayPal. On the email side, anybody else said hello to the show? Oh, Partle Richardson sent some pictures of the RCI. Let's see if we can maybe do a little, wow, lots of, it's incredible to think that that place is what RCI used to be. I'm going to show you guys the picture if you guys want to see this. We're going to do a little here we go. So I'll go through the pictures. I'm going to put this HF Underground is here. So first, before we start the showing the pictures of our friend here, I'm just going to say thank you for all of those that donate. Much appreciated. You can do a donation through the super chat here and also through PayPal. There's a pizza fund and cat treats. That is much appreciated. So please think about it if you like this show. If you like what we do, if you like what we, all gather together and have fun, do think about it. You have no idea how this has helped, and this is really nice that you guys have been coming through. So I'm going to show you guys. SWL Dan, thank you for the donation through the super chat, much appreciated. We're going to look at our friend's picture here, where it's almost scary to think that's what it looks like today. Pretty much abandoned spot there, which was once one of the world's biggest and best transmitter sites for Radio Canada International in some relays. So here we go. I'm going to switch to a display capture mode here, and here is some of the pictures sent by Paul to us from his trip to Sackville, where there used to be a great transmitter site. So that's the building as we're approaching. You could see here. Look at that. It's pretty amazing what we see here. Look at that, all abandoned, all emptied. Imagine all that was in there for probably transmitters. Lots of stuff in this place. Yeah. Still some signs. Almost looks creepy. Look at that. You can almost imagine all the signals, all the things that happened through the years and that in that building. This is pretty crazy. Look at that, numbers with megahertz on them. Plates for, what was transmitting from what frequency to what frequency. This is crazy. Probably directing all the antennas. Truly an abandoned building. Look at that. Almost got to be careful where you step. I would almost put construction boots to go there. This is so crazy. And you got to add there in the background everywhere there must have been these huge antenna masts. Wow, an old phone. Wow. Wow, that is a mess. What the hell? Schematics and stuff. This is crazy. It's truly sad to think that that's what's left of the Sackville building transmitter site. Move that over. There we go. All the pipes with all the wiring that should have probably the all the cables going out to the transmitter sites and stuff like that. Westinghouse type LBF interrupter switch. Dang. Subgate station gate generator, emergency generator door. Notes of all sorts. Old floppy disks that would be in there. Dang. You really went through all of the building. Weren't you worried that something would happen? The floor would drop or something? Wow. That place would have been alive with a lot of activity back in the day. It's almost sad to look at it. Still have the RCI logo up here. Decimal equivalents. Oh, look at that. Capacitors? These are capacitors. A bunch of capacitors on the floor. Look at that. The field where the transmitters, usually you would have seen these huge towers with guy wires. Wow. It's truly incredible. Look at that switch. That's some heavy duty switch here. So that's the pictures, guys. That's a quick tour from our friend Paul Richardson of what's left. What's left? This is crazy. So, okay, let's continue here. Pretty Tuesday, Joe should build a DeLorean. I tell you, I would go back in time anytime to go and experience shortwave, but with my laptop and the SDR software, I'd bring an SDR play device and I would just look at the spectrum like I've never seen it back in the day. Imagine having an SDR in 1980. Oh boy, the stuff you would see there. We would be overwhelmed, I tell you. We would be totally overwhelmed with what we see. ZY3WR says conditions are bad when WRMI is good on my end. Then why? Because it depends on when we have bad conditions due to geomagnetic activity. It's not everywhere that it's bad. There are specific areas that it's bad, and some areas that might actually be enhanced. An example here is when conditions are bad, what happens is that often anything that is north-south is enhanced. Things that are east-west are degraded a lot more. And things that go through the pole is often degraded too. So there are things that are better. For example, in a geomagnetic storm, I'll give you an idea. Like last night, I would not hear a lot of the stuff, like Spain was extremely weak, stations like that. But if I tuned to Brazil on 11780, it was coming in like full quieting. It was super strong. There are some paths where the signals are not as affected. And think about conditions due to magnetic storming. If the signal, the closer to the pole, the north or the south pole the signals go through, the more attenuated usually they are, and the least, they're usually not very strong. So the closer to the pole, an example here in Montreal, we're pretty high up, and we're 45 degrees north. We're closer to the geomagnetic effects of the North Pole than, say, someone that lives in Florida, because he's closer to the equator. So he might have a strong signal on something I have no signal at all, simply because I'm closer to the pole, so I'm closer to the geomagnetic effects of a storming condition. So conditions meaning bad means that something that there's something that will be good most of the time, sometimes maybe better than usual, but a lot of signals will also be very attenuated, and things that you might hear very, very regularly are not going to be there. And of course, that plays, depends where you live. People that live in Northern Europe that are even closer to the North Pole than, for example, me in Montreal, or people in some parts of Canada where they are much higher in elevation and in their latitude. They are closer to the pole, will have a bigger effect than I do. Also, it's really it's a very interesting and a complex science to see all of that, the propagation of signals, the effect of geomagnetic storming going on, and where signals are degraded, where signals are softened better. For example, here in North America, in a geomagnetic storm like last night, often the local AM stations around, like if I hear New York, well, New York might not be there on the AM band at night, but you'll hear something in Spanish. It might be something from South America, Central America. Suddenly, these signals actually are enhanced and give us some other type of propagation. Blogger okay, the Texan PL880 is the reel-in antenna. Well, that's fine. That's a good antenna. If it's just the reel-in antenna that comes with the PL880 in that box, that's good. That's a good antenna, actually. It makes for a quick makeshift, little wire antenna that you clip on something. Gonzo, back this week from Indiana. Xstation Data D808 with long wire. Learning lots from your channel. Thank you, and hope you learn more. And this is why I exist. And good part is trying to make things better and help out on so many aspects of radio where it's not always easy. Shortwave it's not 1 + 1 = 2. Andy New, would you still say that the Texan S2200 is one of your favorite radios? Definitely not a perfect radio, but definitely it is a big radio, so it won't be my radio that I bring in a DXpedition. But if here I want to listen to say shortwave in the backyard and for an evening, my favorite go-to will often be the Texan S2200X. I do love that radio. Jada Coda, remember days when you couldn't fit another station on each side of the band, hence out of band signal stations? Yep. Yeah, because a lot of people don't know. But like, for example, the 19 megahertz band, where right now there's not a lot of, if ever anything, that band was created out of the fact that there were way too many stations on shortwave. Even the 22 meter band, if you tune 13 megahertz, anything at 13 megahertz on the international broadcast band, 22 meter band. So there's some stations here, Lil. Something on DRM on 13745. So Radio Marti here, 13470. 13 megahertz. When I started listening to shortwave in the early 80s, 13 megahertz was not an international broadcast band. It had not been yet approved by the ITU. These are all bands that popped up because we needed more place for shortwave stations. All the bands, the 31 meter band, the 49 meter band, I mean, that was so jam-packed that unless you had a really good radio, it was, I remember being frustrated because my radio was not good enough to separate what I wanted to listen to from the stations on each side. And if these stations were stronger, then I couldn't hear. And I remember being frustrated, like with Radio RSA, that one night it's coming in well, and then the next day it's like I have a hard time listening to it because the stations on each side are so strong that it's kind of interfering. You needed radios with good selectivity and all in the day. So, we would have needed Texan receivers that have all of these bandwidths back in 1985 and in 1980. They would have been very useful with those bandwidths because we would have been able to, choose a really tight bandwidth to kind of avoid what's around it. Then again, it would have been interesting to see how they perform because we don't have that today, but I would like to see how these Texan radios would perform in 1985 or in 1980 with so many signals also. That's something that, is unique to that day. But several bands came out of that. There was the 22 meter band, 13 megahertz was one. 19 megahertz range was one. And so, that's why also the idea of transmitting in single sideband for all stations was kind of something that came up at some point for several reasons, saving money with less power, and also, having a smaller footprint means more stations in the same band. But come on, back in the day, when I actually think about it today. In 1985, single sideband. I mean, I had radio that drifted like crazy. It would have been a nightmare to tune these stations. You know, Everett R6C, stop back in to hopefully hear some radio I don't have to listen to. 15 minutes. I have to set up a telescope. Stay safe. Have fun with that telescope. So it's just crazy. Keyboard sucks. The days of North American shortwave broadcasts. SWL Dan, one of my favorite shortwave stations in the 80s was KYOI, Super Rock from Saipan. Yeah. Oh, man. Miss Kimi, welcome aboard. RJ Dakota. For what matter, the exotic music from stations like Voice of Greece, Radio Tahiti. KYOI was actually pretty hard for me to get. Fave was Superpower KUSW. WRNO was pretty good back then. Yeah, I came in with pretty much WRNO, Rock of the World. Yeah. SWL Dan, yep, WRNO. Was too good. Never knew about Voice of Greece until 2000. Yeah. John Beckham, Radio Caroline. Yeah, now they're a licensed station. They are a licensed station, and they're broadcasting from a harbor. From the harbor. Back in over there. RJ Dakota, Voice of Greece does still stream, but used to love the way back in the late 80s. Had a great time in the evenings, many times with Voice of Greece. Yeah. You want to see what time it is? This is the UTC time. Right now, I'm tuned to something in AM mode, international broadcast, Gonzo. Bert, taking Malbrek, Rain Cloud. Plan to put together Whisper Beacon down on the medium wave band, AM band in the coming months. Cool. Bought a radio kit from QRP Labs. Cool. Says WL Dan, thanks for the donation. Much appreciated. Yeah, you should check that out. You got a lot of stuff there that can be happening, so, WSO, the idea of running a beacon has always had some appeal in the 630 meter band. It's kind of newer radio territory. Yeah, I don't go there much, but it's I was looking at those pictures, Paul Richardson, of Sackville, with you being in sneakers, and I was like, I would have put construction boots in that area with all this stuff there. I would have, I would have been scared of stepping on some rusty nail or some kind of sharded glass or something. Yeah, Sackville in New Brunswick, Canada, Mike WX50. It was an hour ago. Yeah, it would have been, that would have been nice to have like the Sackville RCI Museum. Oh yeah, they took dynamite and just blew them down, free to choose. Actually, the documentary from Amanda Don Christie, you hear you hear the end of the documentaries is like, for people like us, it's kind of touching, because you hear all the towers falling down. They made sure that the towers and everything was dismantled extremely fast, because they were afraid, the CBC Radio Canada was afraid that if they were still up, that the government would force them to put back RCI on the air, because there was a lot of backlash of the RCI shutdown. And so they were really, actually the Radio Canada, CBC were very, very bad and dishonest in all of this, because they were like, you know what, let's make sure that all of that is destroyed as fast as possible, and it will make sure that it never comes back, because it would cost too much money to bring back RCI now, because you'd have to build towers, you'd have to build a new transmitting station. I find that to be one of the least glorious moments of our Radio Canada CBC days, where all they wanted is have all of that destroyed. Martin has Radio Romania 7220 in English for Europe right now, given the early discussion. Thank you so much for that. Reasonable signal, but less stable than usual. Scology actually found a new translation tool for mobile devices that's better than Microsoft Translate. It's called 3PO. Allows you to translate many more languages compared to MS Translator. Brett Woolley, thank you so much for the tip. Much appreciated. Yeah, Canadian Westinghouse. Is there a street name or road name that could be used to the site on Google Maps? You know what? Let me check something here. Google Maps. Sackville. MB RCI. If it brings anything up. So I got Sackville. Okay. Yeah, that must be a place. There's a lot of land there. There must be a there must be one on my WX50. There must be a name that we can use. Operating from 1945 until 2012. Yeah, Voice of the World Broadcasting. Trustin, thank you so much for the donation for pizza. Jasmine, oh man, the 80s utilities was crazy. The 80s utilities was, and the good thing about the 80s utilities too is, apart from, yes, there were encrypted stuff, there were more open, non-encrypted things to the code than there were actually encrypted things to listen to. I remember when I had the Commodore 64 with my SWL cartridge for decoding. One of the first things I decoded on the bands was a Navtex, and it came from Senegal, and it was in French, and it was the Senegal news service that was sending out all sorts of news of what was happening in French. And there were tons of things like that you could listen on so many countries. Everything that were sent to newspapers around the world, almost all of them were all sent over shortwave, in plain text to decode. It was just so cool. So cool. Number of stations were crazy back then, for sure. All right, Blogger Die, you take care. See you tomorrow. And anybody else that's a CIDX member, the Zoom meeting is tomorrow at 19 hours Universal Time, 3 p.m. Eastern. PVM is their website where I can input my QTH and see the shortwave propagation on various frequencies. I am in Charlotte, North Carolina, and reception has been really bad the last 2 weeks. Yeah, be careful what time you're listening to, because in the last 2 weeks I did listen a lot, and there were quite a few good days in that 2 weeks. So remember that as we're going into the summer, midday is the worst time that you can listen to anything. Late afternoon and evening, night is going to be the best, pretty much throughout the summer. So that's something you got to know. But I know that there's some websites out there about, maybe some of you use some websites where you could see like real-time information. I don't use much of these because I tend to prefer just tuning around, trying my what I call my standard beacons. And see what's out there. But I'm sure there must be some website that maybe could kind of hint or help you out. But the best thing is to tune around, honestly. Find yourself some standard beacons. Find yourself, like I say, like an example. I'll do it right now. Okay, say now I want to listen to shortwave. I have no idea of what propagation conditions are. No idea. So what I'll do is I'll go and at this time think about what I can listen to that will give me an idea. My first idea at this time, I'm going to go to upper sideband, and I'm going to go to 11264. So this usually should have, this should have a signal coming out from Europe. 11264 is the 253. I think I got the wrong one. It's 11253. Yeah, here we go. It's 132640, the other one. So 11253. I got a weak signal here. So it's barely there. So 11253. So 11253 is the Royal Air Force Volumet Military 1. And that is in the UK. So that's one I will look at, because if I hear it, what it tells me now, it's that it's not as strong as I usually hear it. So propagation is not as good as it usually is, but I hear it. which means it's not that bad either. It's, you know, it's a mix of good and bad. The other one I can try, 13264. Barely hear this one. This is Shannon, Ireland. So these are frequencies I will check. I will check also no all the time signal stations. So I'll check, do I receive WWV on 15? It's there. Do I receive it on, 20 or on 10? Or I'll try these different frequencies. So this gives me an idea. Here you see an iono sound going through. Let's follow it. Look at the iono sound. I'm following an iono sound. It's going, it's going. Yeah, look at that. Let's go here. It's going, it's going, it's going. Let's go there. It's going. Let's go. See where it is. It's there. Oh, look at that. It's getting weak here. It says very small spike. Oh, it's getting better. Look at that. It's there. It's barely visible now. I still see it, but it's a very small peak. And it's kind of disappeared in my noise, I guess. So anyways, by going through different stations that I know are always there, I will kind of have an idea of how good conditions are. And of course, I can check some of the international broadcasts that should be on right now. Like, we have Turkey. Turkey should be, but Turkey is a tough one. It's not always there. Like, Turkey should be in 11785. And I hear nothing, but I do see that 780 Brazil is strong. Here, with the fact that I can see the spectrum, I can also see that compared to the usual, my 25-meter band should have more peaks than that. So there definitely are signals that are missing or very weak compared to what they are usually. So, it's a thing that I kind of do more, like, just check through the band's different signals. It already gives me an idea of, okay, conditions are okay, or they're bad, or they're good, or, Kayland, 25. Remember back in the late 80s, KUSW playing Dire Straits Telegraph Road whenever changing frequencies. Skidology, I'm starting to think if RCI were to ever come back, it would broadcast on stations like WRMI. It's the only way it would come back, actually. Peter Giacopelli, does the Yaesu FTDX10 receive commercial FM radio? Nope. It starts at around 10 kilohertz down in the frequency range, and it goes all the way up to 70 some megahertz, and it ends there. I think it's 75 megahertz at the upper end, because the European version does also that 70 megahertz amateur band that we don't have in North America. So it goes up there. So in Europe, you have 6 meters, and that whatever meters it is, 70 megahertz band. But here, and that's where it stops. It doesn't go all the way to the FM broadcast band. So it does not go to 2 meters nor 70 centimeters. It really stops at 70 megahertz. It does not have the capabilities of 2 meters or 70 centimeters. Usually somebody asks me, why didn't you buy a, all-in-one, which has also the capabilities of 2 meters, 70 centimeters, and so on? And my plain answer was, I prefer having a separate radio that does the VHF and UHF stuff than have one radio that does it all. But that's me. Call Icon, nice to have you here. Shortwave listening post as a recording of the last 10 minutes of RCI. They cut the transmitters during a George Thorogood song. I wish Amanda Dawn Christie would release the Spectres of Shortwave. For those that never seen that, Amanda Dawn Christie made a documentary on RCI. It's a beautiful and amazing documentary, honestly. And basically, it goes from the stories and goes for like all the all the fun things about people in Sackville hearing the station and their toasters and then the water pipes of their homes and whatever. And it is an amazing documentary, very well done. It really, really would need to be released for purchase. I would buy a copy any time of that documentary, honestly. I don't know if she ever plans to, you know, have a way to sell it or anything. I would have to write her and let her know. Do you plan to do anything? For those that have not seen it, have not seen that interview, I have an interview with Amanda Dawn Christie when she released her documentary. Gabriel, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated through PayPal. On my channel, what year was it? I always forget what year it was. On my channel, new window. You guys should go and check that out. It was a CIDX barbecue live show. Let me get it here. I always forget. I don't remember the year. The channel videos. CIDX barbecue. In 20 CIDX barbecue.
To try and do the festival.
Yep, I got it. Go and check this out, guys, and go at the. If you want to go to Amanda directly, you go at the 47th minute. 47th minute. And that was my interview with her on the Sackville transmitter side. Not transmitter side, sorry, the documentary. So go here, and at 47 minutes is Amanda Dawn Christie interview. It's from 2017. I can't believe 2017, man. This goes back in time so you can actually see the interview I had with her, and she's talking about a documentary and so on. So pretty cool. Go check that out, guys. If you haven't seen it, go check that out. John Beckham, I always felt a mystique in shortwave broadcasts around 15,000 regarding the Far East. Peter Jacopelli, nope, doesn't go to from 87 to 108. Doesn't have FM broadcast band. Vanessa Taylor, nice to have you here. Paul Richardson says, true, I was not prepared. I saw the gate open. RJ Dakota says, very few stay. And thanks for the pictures, Paul, by the way. was fun to share with everybody. Kind of sad when you see what it looks like today. J Dakota, very few stations actually use their actual channel frequency. Lower channels are indeed being abandoned. Thank you, Tubrook Tim, for the donation. Much appreciated. Thank you, Peter Jacopelli, for the donation. Much appreciated. Anthony Friends, nice to have you on board from sunny Florida. SWL Signals, nice to have you on board from Florida. Yeah, I always thought, personally, I always thought that FM is FM radio should have been music only, and we should have kept the AM band for talk radio. Honestly. Scatology, remember my dad had a police scanner app on his phone, and he was able to pick up online feeds from our city police. And we can't do that anymore because the frequencies are trunked. Well, trunked is not a problem because there are trunk scanners. If it's digital, it's still not a problem if it's not encrypted, because there are scanners that still can listen to that. It's really if it's encrypted that it becomes a problem today. And whoever blocked Scatology, I don't know why you did that. Maybe it's by accident. Hey, Kenneth, KW61, nice to have you here from Tucson, Arizona. MDK2, nice to have you here, Matt. Yeah, Zoom tomorrow, 19 hours Universal Time. RJ Dakota, KMOX is a great station at one time, but still very good indeed, as respect, but not what it was once was. I was talking about with someone with what we listened to when I was young and so on, and we were talking about radio and radio stations, and I got a little nostalgic of the good old days AM stations that were powerhouse stations here in Montreal. CKAC 730, the 1280 CJMS. Those were powerhouse, extremely popular stations. And I started going on YouTube, and there are tons. There's even a channel that's called Quebec Radio, and it has tons of jingles and recordings of these old AM stations from a long time ago, and not just those. Throughout Quebec, tons of stations from different small cities. And it's like, wow, this is so cool. And man, that brought me back in time, because when my mom was listening to her radio, and actually the I don't have it here close, but the CB60, the realistic CB60 I have, multiband, for I think for 3 or 4 years was a radio that was on the shelf for my mom, and she would tune around her favorite stations with it constantly. That radio would run all day. It was just crazy. K-Land, anyone knowing what's happening with WBT 1110? Well, 1110 is supposed to have some new programming. Honestly, it's supposed to have some new programming. And basically, it's still not happening. So I don't know what is actually happening with it. Because when they did, like send their format to FM, they did say that 1110 would still be on, but would have something different on it. I'm starting to wonder if they really knew what was to be on it, but it's it's part of those things. It's kind of interesting. I don't know what's going to happen with that, but or something changed. I don't know. Emil Jansen, nice to have you here. I've been DXing a lot of maritime stations on 170 to 120 meter range. A lot of them in Europe. Oh yeah. You guys in Europe, if you guys in Europe don't tune anywhere from about 1600 to 2000 kilohertz, you're missing out on tons of little things that are across Europe in different countries. Maritime stations of all sorts. So, Tuscaloosa hearing 10 and 15 strong right now. And what else do we have? John Beck, I've noticed that on lots of new radios, the AM section has been neglected regarding ferret antenna, clearly hence a lack of reception. Yep, M-Lite. The M-Lite, first M-Lite is one of them. It seems like today they don't want to put a ferrite antenna in there. They're like, no, just... And you know what? One of the reasons I think maybe they don't want to is because they're not shielded enough. So if they put a ferret in there, it still won't work well because the ferret's just going to receive noise. So you have to use an outdoor loop or something. I use the M-Lite works well when I use like the LC90 that was mentioned here. It works well with the AN200 loop. This is a great item to have if you have any of those radios that have the external antenna jack for AM and you want to hear medium wave correctly. Surfing the ionosphere. Hey, Marvin Mons, nice to have you here from Beijing. Gary24 fan, nice to have you on board. Well, that's the reason why I didn't want to have a do-it-all, Gary. Is that I know that radios that do it all aren't the best radios usually. I rather have a HF rig and have a VHF UHF that maybe is going to do even more with like some of those digital modes and stuff that now exist for the ham bands. So what else do we have? Yeah, I saw Dire Straits live in the 90s, and it was very, very good. I remember that being one of my top concerts of all time. Matt says she had it on Vimeo back when COVID-19 hit, but I don't think it was something that remained posted for long. Yeah. Tesla recently found out there was a 70 megahertz ham band. Yep, in Europe. It's not in North America. Hey, Cosmic Lettuce. Nice to have you on board. Phase modulated amateur radio is there? That's a good question. Cat, I agree with you. I wish they would have developed AM stereo radio better. Yeah. RJ Dakota. Will my D219 pick up 70 megahertz ham band? Nope. Well, nope. For one reason, RJ Dakota. It's that the 70 megahertz ham band. So first of all, you got to be in Europe, because here it doesn't. There's no such ham band. Second, you would have to have the radio would have to listen in narrow FM, where FM on the broadcast band is wide FM, so you would not receive pretty much anything, anyways. Hey, Fredwater, nice to have you on board. The H1AO, take care, my friend. Always nice to have you from northern Germany. Kenneth, Jill, 1110 will probably go to pre-rock WKRP in Cincinnati with Shady Acres ads. I don't know why. Every time I think of U.S. radio stations, I always have this ad in my head. Call Big Lou. You got to call Big Lou. Absolutely. I was like, okay. It just makes me laugh every time. Yeah, diskette failures. Marvin, I got about 500 3.5-inch discs here, and they're all, well, like 3/4 are Amiga and 1/4 is Atari ST. And from time to time, I pop one in to see if it still works. And these things degrade. I mean, I put a Workbench disc in my Amiga, which should I used it so many times it used to work, and I didn't do anything. I just put it back in its case. And I was the other day I was playing around with the Amiga a little. I said, "Hey, I'm going to pop up the disc and see if it can still load." And halfway through, it gave me a disk error, read error, and I was like, "Yeah, these discs don't last forever." Marvin Mott's Faraday shield. The slot can be added to a ferrite antenna to give a sensitive low wave reception without local noise. And he's experimenting now. RJ Dakota can actually listen to the new WKRP station on my internet radio. Extremely wide variety and correct format for what station was. Yeah, I listened to it through the internet, and I kind of liked the mix of music. Joe, nice to have you on board. Radio Shack had those shortwave antenna kits. There's this guy in New Jersey who's selling various shortwave antennas of whatever length you want. WDX2 radio. I remember buying a wire antenna, a long wire antenna from Radio Shack. It came with everything you needed, including the parts to isolate the antenna from where you're gonna actually hook it up. And they were like, and I used that for a while as a shortwave antenna where I used to live before here. I also purchased the discount. Radio Shack has the discount for the scanners. I loved that antenna. It worked actually pretty well. But when I put it up where I lived before, and of course here we have harsh winters and all the weather and everything. It probably was outside for at least 4 years. And when I moved here, I had to dismantle the umbrella type antenna to make it easier to bring in and move around. And every single metal, once I went trying to unscrew each of the rods, the at the top where it actually screws in, the antenna would just break, and the part that's screwed in would stay there, and all I had was a rod that had no more, I couldn't screw it back in. So I tried with, 2 or 3 more. They all broke, and it was like, okay, I guess the antenna's crap. So I just took it down and put it in the garbage. But okay, listen, okay. NJ Tech, are there ways to customize GQRX look easily? You have to ask somebody that uses that software. It's 4 meters. Yeah, Tesla. If I joined the 4 meter group on Facebook just to see what they're up to. I don't know how popular that band is, though. I know it exists, but I have no idea how popular that band is actually. I have to tell you, I did something that I always say I hate, and I would never do. Yes, I'm guilty. I did something bad last Sunday. No, not bad. When I was supposed to contact Paul, AA1SU, on the Covey Hill repeater, and did, the walkie-talkie stuff and everything, I came back home and came across a local net, which, is always like, people checking in, saying hello, and blah, blah, blah. And they had a question about, there's a bug that just entered the room. They had a question about, going out to these big attraction parks, these, so it's like I was about to shut down, and close the FT65, and it was like, yeah, okay, I can't, okay, I want to answer that question, and I want to talk, and I want to say hello to everybody. So it's like I just stayed there, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna wait till my turn, and I'm gonna just, yeah, this is Victor Echo 2 Zulu Zulu India. And I went through, and it's so funny because, I never go to these nets. So every time they're all like, oh, we don't have your name and we don't have that call. Yeah, because I never go to the nets. And I'm like, yeah, my name is Joe, and I'm located in Montreal. And, I thought that I'd, say hello tonight. And I usually am on HF only. So that's why we don't hear me much on these nets. And I was like, yeah, I did something I don't usually want to do, going on the net and say hi to everybody. I am guilty. I am guilty. I am guilty. Perry and Sherbrooke, nice to have you here. Bert, WF7I Homebrew, have you heard of the free DV digital voice mode for ham radio on HF? Gaining popularity. There was a good talk at a Dayton session. It's recorded to their YouTube. I did one thing about a couple of weeks ago where I was looking at some modes, and there's that, I know where it is because there's that mode where I hear that digital noise, and I wonder what it is, and finally found out that FreeDV is what it is. And also, apparently, if I'm not mistaken, it's also linked to a form of HF digital TV, like it's like a modern slow scan TV if you want. It was kind of interesting. I was wondering about that because I'm very curious about these modes and trying them out, honestly. So I'll I'll I don't know. I'll check out because these are kind of interesting, honestly. To Jasmine, can't you copy them all to an SD card? I'm trying to think of what reference it goes to. If you can just give me a hint so I remember what I was talking about for that question. Kevin, yeah, Big Lou, he's just like you. He has problems too. John Beckham got a grounding problem in my AM radio reception in my car. Bolt going through the bottom of the roof needs sanding. Wow. Oh, the diskettes. Yeah, that honestly, Jasmine, I already have a fix for that. My my Atari and my Amiga all have a special drive that you use on my Amiga. It's an USB thumb drive that you put in. On my Amiga, on the Atari, it's an SD card. Even on my Commodore, it's an SD card also. So they are readers that actually read disk images and translate them. So actually, the circuit imitates a disk drive, but it has on the SD card or the USB thumb drive all the disk images. So honestly, I would not need those disks at all anymore because I have all of that on the thumb drive or the SD card. But I don't know. Somehow I kind of have this, relationship where it's like, well, they're discs and they're kind of, old technology. It's kind of, cool to have them around. I don't know. I know it's like, I could just, actually I could sell them. There's this online place where they buy because diskettes like 5.25 inch, 3.5 inch. These are not made anymore. And so there's a place online that has them, and they are, for the most part, either used but verified or new in the sense of they were purchased new, they've never been used before. So, and they sell them, and they actually buy them, I think, from people. So it's like, I got all of that on there's only one thing I don't have that I would still like. I still have the disc here. I don't even know if it can be read. I need an old PC. And when my last year of high school in the computer class, I made because we had to do a little program, and everybody did a very cheesy program. And I was like really bored because I was so advanced compared to everybody. Yeah, it's like, okay, you want to have a program? I'm gonna do something. So there were 2 color computers only in the class. The rest were all these, green or amber screens. And the 2 computers that had a color screen, they are the 2 only computers that had also a better graphics card. So I asked the teacher, can I be on the color one? Because I want to do something special. It uses color. And so I had done a alien ship that would come down and kidnap a human and move out of the way, and then another ship would come in and fire at it to bring, the human back down and save his life. So I did that because I was way more advanced than everybody else. And so the teacher, I still remember the teacher looked at it and said, okay, well, that's, 100%, A plus. And he said, can I have a copy of this? I said, yeah, absolutely. And I have that program on a 5.25 inch here, which I still don't know if it can still be read. And I would love to have some old PC with the proper hardware and load it and look at it again. I'd like that. I'd make some video of it. But I still have the disc, but I don't know if it's readable. I'd have to, I would need something like I don't know, a 486 PC or a 386 PC with some kind of, color graphics card for that to run on. It's written in BASIC. So it had to run on, I don't know, QBasic or whatever BASIC there was back in that day. John Beckham, I have a grounding problem. I am. Okay, that's reread. It's all right. Liberator, nice to have you here. Kenneth says, I'm Radio Atlas carrying Alpha Delta Sloper antennas. And, yeah. John Beckham, high resistance and car, hence no ground plane. Andy New, thanks for the show. Take care, my friend. Always nice to have you here. Old radios, don't worry about it. We know you're here. And I hope you're still here. I hope you're having fun. Tusselnoff, I don't think there's a lot of commercial ham equipment for 4 meters. Yeah. Fred Waterer, RNZ Saturday Night Request was a live Facebook chat, much like this one. During the show, I tuned in at 5 a.m. local and posted it was time to wake up in the neighborhood. I guess Phil liked it. Oh, man. Martin, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Jasmine, also, what advantage does this new digital HF TV have over analog slow scan TV? Well, analog slow scan is fixed images. I think that with the newer digital, there could be short videos. So yeah, everything's backed up. It's just that, I have them in disc form also. I actually have way more because the Amiga and the Atari, when I went online, I found that there was a torrent feed that you can go and download like 1.5 gigabyte of stuff, and it contained every single piece of software that ever existed for both computers. So it's like I got way more in that SD card or that USB drive. The diskettes with Fred Astaire. I like that. Oh, good. Oh yeah, 8-Bit Guy is nice. I've watched a lot of what he did, and he's got a nice series on the Commodore computers and everything. Another one is Digital Basement. I like that guy too. Digital Basement is really, really nice. Well, I think it's starting to rain. All right, I'm going to check that. I'm going to check that for sure, Bert. Absolutely. Yeah, those were actually floppy. Hey, Brian Penny, nice to have you on board. Recently purchased a DeepElect DP666 for FM DXing while on vacation. Your insight is much appreciated. I apologize if I missed your review. If you did one, should I update the firmware? If there is an updated firmware, yes, you should. Usually it fixes bugs and does more. I think mine is still on the original firmware I purchased it, and I think there is something new. What I could do is update mine this weekend and let you know how it went. And that could be, but it's a nice radio. I like the color display, and the RDS is kind of cool. It's kind of a fun radio to play with, honestly. But so there we go, bro. I think we can get on FreeDV with a similar setup to WSJT. Just need to select a microphone. They recommend a headset type. Yeah, we should. I will check that out this weekend. I'll install whatever software is needed and so on, and check it out. Mad Radio DXer, welcome aboard. Nice to have you on board. Cosmic Lettuce, look for 286s and 386s at university surplus sales. Still possible to find them. Jasmine says, oh, wow, that new mode sounds cool. Hope you play with it and record some videos about it. Oh, definitely. If I will check it out and install the software and everything and see. Yeah, I think there's I've read somewhere that there's picture mode and even short low res video modes. So I'm going to check it out anyways. That could be a lot of fun to play with. I'm looking for something to excite me with amateur radio right now, because I'm kind of bored with my hand gear. So that is probably the excitement I need. Try that. That could be fun. Oh, Adrian's Digital Basement. Exactly, Cosmic Lettuce. Exactly. That's what I was talking about. To Rogue Tim, I have an LE30 Plus. Would antenna tuner be a benefit? Nope. No, not an amplified antenna like that. It would not do anything. An antenna tuner would work on only a standard antenna, not on a amplified loop. Jasmine, I'm very interested in new modes, services, and use case for HF radio. That stuff will keep it alive. I will look at that definitely. I came across it a couple of weeks ago. I was wondering what one digital mode that I was hearing was, and I was very curious. It's like, what is this? Trying to identify it on the low 20 meter band. Like, there's something like 14106 or something. And I was like, then somebody, and some websites that came up, and it's like, oh, okay. They're using FreeDV. They're doing digital stuff there. Okay, that's kind of interesting. I need to check that out too. And I will definitely make videos of it. Ken, the digital TV's main problem on shortwave is space on the spectrum. Yeah, it has to be very, very small. And that is the thing. Oh, I like that. Tosanlo, the thumb drives are opening for the diskettes tonight. For FM DXing, you know what? I think it could be a good candidate, because one of the things that I always look at when I use a radio like the DP666 is my real test is always, does the radio receive 107.9? This is a big test here, because I live in FM radio hell. And so I got, this is WVPS Burlington, Vermont. That's coming in on it, okay? And so if that works, that means the FM portion of this radio is actually not bad at all. So for FM DXing, it could actually be a very interesting radio, honestly. So I'll update my firmware this weekend, and I'll text you the results, let you know if it's worth it. Yeah, it's kind of fairly new for the HF digital TV stuff, but yeah, it is definitely something that exists. So it's going to be interesting. I'm going to have to check that even more because I think that would really, I would be very interested in checking that out personally. So that's for sure. By the way, guys, if you like what I do, don't forget you have the option of the super chat and of course the pizza fund and cat treats for Mr. Paul. So if you wish to help out, it is much appreciated. Much appreciated. And definitely is something. Oh, wrong. Oops. I'm just going to delete. Oh, man. Remove, because this is not good. Let's remove. Wow, this is becoming slow. I guess my Chrome. Here we go. I'll snap. Reload. Here we go again. So just gonna remove the message and repost it correctly. Pizza Fund, cat treats through PayPal at this email. Thanks for your support, guys. It is much appreciated. It helps me continue with all of this. So yeah, Adrian's the digital basement I like a lot. Bert says, for however much us radio geeks can be social. PVM, I'm going to use a simple long wire antenna. Should I connect a piece of coax in the house from the receiver and out the window? Then connect the center coax wire to the long wire? Ideally, yes, that would be the better thing to do because you will avoid the interference from your home. That said, the shield needs to be somewhat grounded and connected to something, or else it might not do the job that it's supposed to do. So you could, a simple thing you could do is if your windows are aluminum type windows, you could try to just put the shield and connect it to the aluminum of the window itself, or else anything that you could connect the shield to, even if it would be a water pipe, a cold water pipe. That would help your cable, your coax in the house from receiving all the noise, because the shield around, in a coax, the shield around that center wire is there to prevent outside interference from going in. But that center coax needs to be connected to something to actually work. So it could be a metal. Here I use it, and the coax for receive antenna, I just screw it to the metal shield of my. I have a metal shed in the backyard, a big metal shed. So I just put it on the metal shed, and it seems to work fine. Thank you, Kamikaze 76, for the donation. Much appreciated. Yeah, I'm that kind of guy, begging for money. Trust and pizza and cat treats. Don't get those mixed up. I was doing a salad one day, and I had the cat treats next to the croutons, and I came this close of taking cat treats to put in the salad rather than the croutons. So that will be a question for Jasmine. Does the current mesh protocol allow for a large number of stations like you might have on HF at times? That's an interesting question. Interesting question. And I didn't know it was about to rain. Well, I'm surprised. Sorry, I got distracted by somebody in the apartment building that's asking something. Okay, let's continue this because we have a problem with the door and the door and the front entrance. The door usually locks, and the door is not locked for a week and a half. It needs to be fixed, and we were wondering. Some people are wondering when it's going to be fixed. So, but it should be fixed soon. Brian Leesner, I fell asleep. Should I try sleeping at night? Oh, man. Fred Water, salad with cat treats. Follow Jill for more recipes. PT Radio says, Paul says, just mowed the lawn. Looks like it's going to rain here too. Yeah, so I'm surprised. I didn't think it was supposed to rain. It was a beautiful day all day, and now it's like very gray and it's raining. It's not a big rain, just a light rain, but you know, it's so what else? So at 23 UT, anything what's on WRMI at this time? So Brazil's coming in real well, 11,780.
To a trip to Maui for a week later on this month in May. We'll be gone the 20th.
I think it's Wavescan playing on a 15770.
Look and see if there's any shortwave history, any type of radio history over on Maui that I could check out while I was there. So for shortwave radio history, the big
or it's a voice of shortwave radio or something.
We'll do a segment on later, and Oahu does a little bit also.
I think it's voice of shortwave radio or something.
In July. And
very strong signal now, 15770.
Found out she is going to be having a hip replacement surgery. She just went over to
So
first consult
pretty good.
Yesterday. And so we have that scheduled now for July 24th. So we are going to be over on Oahu for a few days. So in looking at this, checking out Maui, this came up for Oahu, and it is really interesting segment about the history of radio, shortwave radio over on Oahu. So this will focus on a
Cosmic lettuce, 5.5 Celsius in my location this morning. Woo.
weekly program that's
Here we're this week we're supposed to hit
from the past and
upper 80s.
the steel guitar.
We're supposed to go to 29 Celsius.
The show that tells the story.
So it's like, oh,
and
okay.
origins.
GML 11158, nice to have you on board. Good evening.
Hawaiian music radio program in the
John Beckham, yeah, Cat's a great company, absolutely.
sound of the steel guitar to its avid listeners. On July 3rd, 1935, Hawaii Calls was first beamed to the U.S. mainland coast via shortwave radio band. The music was later broadcast live from under the banyan tree in the courtyard.
I've been asked by the guy that makes VOSR if I wanted to send him. The way he works mostly is that you send him recordings. And I actually got a message from him saying, you know, would you like to do you know, an audio thing that, you know, lasts, you know, 15-20 minutes and send it in? And I didn't, because I found that recording an audio clip and sending it in is kind of weird, but I don't know, maybe I should. Maybe I should. I got one, Sheldon got one too. Having, you know, to record a little something for the guy. So,
Hawaiian steel guitarists heard over Hawaii Calls over the years were Freddie Tavares, Benny Rogers, Barney Isaacs, and Danny Stewart, Eddie Pang, Joe Costino, Mel Abe, and others. To listeners far away, the sound of the steel guitar conjured up visions of swaying palm trees, lovely hula dancers, and cool trade winds, scented flowers, and Hawaiian hospitality. It was also an effective advertisement for Hawaii tourism. In the 1950s, the show was switched from live over the shortwave to tape shows that were sent to radio stations. At its peak in 1952, Hawaii Calls was broadcast over at 750 radio stations.
Simon's Cat. I like Simon's Cat. I watched that a lot.
Hawaii Calls began in 1960 due to the popularity of television and changing taste in widespread music.
Yeah, I don't know where stations are gone, so it's like, yeah, if there's a tornado coming towards me, I have no idea. I hope my phone will buzz because my NOAA weather radio will not do anything anymore.
Dozens of albums entitled Webley Edwards Presents Hawaii Calls were released by Capitol Records. The songs include popular Hawaiian, hapa haole, and steel guitar instrumentals. A new generation of enthusiasts can still listen and appreciate the great Hawaiian steel guitarists of Waikiki's past. Now,
that's interesting. Sending voice and images over mesh. That'd be good. That'd be good.
From 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time on Manoa Radio and Wailuku, Maui.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. They are the ones behind. If you guys have ever listened to WWV and noticed that the 8th minute of every hour has these sweep tones. This has to do with AMSI, which studies the ionosphere, and they're actually asking for people to participate with this experiment that's going on WWV right now in order to I study the ionosphere. You know, I still remember in 2024 when the total eclipse was happening here in Montreal. I have to say, I was in the middle of an eclipse thing, but I also wanted to see the radio impact. I was so amazed. And I have the video here because I left my SDR throughout the eclipse going on, and I just put the clip online. And you could see how the medium wave band rose from its ashes in the midday, and that stations like, you know, WCBS New York and all of that were coming in really strong. But it was also very interesting to see that as the moon was moving, as that shadow was moving over the ionosphere, it started with stations that were to the west of me. And as we moved on, those faded away as the stations to the east were actually coming in. It was absolutely amazing to see that progress. And it added a bonus to what is, for me, one of the top 10 most amazing life experiences in life, a total solar eclipse. If you've never had one, I tell you, for me, it's in the top 10 most amazing personal events. It's something that you gotta live through once. And adding the radio aspect to it, seeing how it impacts the ionosphere was so cool. The same here. Old radios. There was a local garage sale, and there was a nice radio there. But I thought it was an old tube radio, and the lady told me it was working fine. And I was like, "Yeah, where am I going to put it? I can't take in radios anymore. I have to, if I take in more radios, I have to, you know, um, take stuff out. That's simple." Joseph, I would be devastated if they turned off NOAA in my area. I really enjoy listening to it during storms, and during storms. And I will tell us the minute when things come our way. And yeah, I relied on that a lot. I will still and never ever forget the worst storm I've lived through here in Montreal. Worst storm I lived here in Montreal. And if you guys want to have an idea, I'm gonna check the YouTube. There's a video online. CBC Montreal 1988. So this one's in French. Is that the one from 1988? I'm not sure if that's one in 1988, or else I'll give you guys the. Yeah, that's not the one. I will give you the one in French, guys. I'm sorry, but that is. Look at the images, and you guys will see what it looks like. So in 1988, I was 19 years old. 19 years old. So this is the YouTube video from the Radio Canada, the French CBC. I was actually on I was on summer vacation. I was on the balcony with the realistic CB60 that has weather band. And I started tuning the weather band because when a thunderstorm approaches and it's still sunny, how very dark the clouds are. What actually piqued my curiosity back then is I had never seen dark clouds that were that dark. For me, it was like, this is black. This is incredible. And for an hour, we went through 3 storm cells in a row that, like, the wind was crazy, the rain was crazy, everything was crazy. And after an hour, when it was over, the basements everywhere where I lived were all underwater. At the corner street, we had a park where there's a swimming pool, public pool. There was no park anymore. It was a big lake. It was truly the most amazing, crazy experience I had ever gone through. And I've seen strong thunderstorms since, never to that level. We have a highway that is actually lower. It's like, and they I don't know, maybe for the noise, they actually put it like it's down 20 feet, 30 feet. And one of those highways, the Cari Highway, I mean, it became a huge river. People had to be taken out, with firemen going with their trucks and like having people go up to the upper layer. It was crazy. It was crazy. The images on the video kind of show you how crazy it was. And 1 hour, we received 100+ millimeters of rain. So to put that in inches, 25 millimeters is an inch. And so we had 4 inches in 1 hour. So WF7i Homebrew, you can go on the OMSI website and sign up to receive special setup for WWV monitoring. So, and they even provide the equipment. Wow, that's cool. That's cool. So, what else do we have? I did that last time we had near total eclipse 2. Medium wave was awesome in the daytime for about an hour or two. Absolutely amazing experiments you can do. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mike WX50 observed the total eclipse here in northern Arkansas. It was amazing. Jasmine will never forget the 2017 total eclipse I saw in Oregon. It was a very rural area overlooking a valley. Fred Water, I was at ground zero for the eclipse. Man, that was cool. Kenneth, I wonder if the astronauts of the Artemis experimented with radio broadcasts during the moon eclipse too. No, I don't think so. Here I went in 2024. If I had stayed here, the eclipse lasted 20 seconds. The full total eclipse was 20 seconds only. It was so funny because this is where it is actually so interesting to see, is that if I would have gone out from here and walked north about 20 minutes, I was not in the total solar eclipse. And that was just 20 minutes walking distance. Here was 20 seconds. I went with my nephew and a friend. I told him we're gonna take the REM, which is the electric train here, and we're gonna go to the end of the REM in Brassard, which was on the South Shore. There, just to tell you, it's not that far from here, but the difference was that here it was 20 seconds. There was 2 minutes and more than 2 minutes long. So it's like, yeah, no, we're going there, because everybody was like, oh, I don't know, we're going to go. So, hey, I don't want to have a 20-second eclipse. I want to live the real deal. So I said, it's 2 minutes long in Brussels. Let's go there. And so they followed me, and we went to Brussels for a 2-minute eclipse, and that was so cool. Adeshman Ramkinson, nice to have you here, Adesh from Trinidad, West Indies. Nice to have you on board. It's been a long time since you've been here. Really nice to have you on board. Cosmic Lettuce, they also, just go up here, did high band laser communications from moon to stations on White Sands and others. Yeah, they were actually, that was cool. They were trying the laser communications to make things better and see if they could send more data, which was very interesting also. I mean, if there would be a permanent base on the moon, there probably would be some kind of, permanent laser comm or something to try to make things like send more data, basically. So for you choose, remembers 1997 flood. Well, those were 1988. The ones that I posted is 1988. 1987, 88. 88 is 7. It's 87. Yeah, you're right. 87. That was the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. The most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen a thunderstorm that freaking crazy. Floodwater, Toronto had a heavy downpour like that 10 or 15 years ago. Flooded the subway. Someone photoshopped sharks in the photo. Yeah, here the subway stopped. I mean, there was they were showing the steps that were going down to the subway here. It's like it was like a torrent of water going down. It was just crazy, just crazy. It was just amazing. I have a couple. I have a few photos also, Jasmine, and of the eclipse here, and one of the things that I will never forget. I mean, it was in the month of May, and it wasn't a particularly hot day. It was just like 70-ish Fahrenheit, and I will never forget. We had a little jacket on, and I thought, I shouldn't have bought my jacket with me. It's like, it's warm enough. We were in a parking lot in the middle of nowhere. And I remember when that sun started to really be eclipsed, I still remember the wind picking up and the temperature dropping. And I was like, wow, it is darn cold now. And then when it was all over, when the sun started to shine again and so on, the warmth came back. And I was like, wow, this is just a moon eclipse. This is a solar eclipse. Just the moon covering the sun, and look how cold it became so quickly. It's just like, wow. It was just crazy. I would go back and relive the experience again. And here, our local rock station, and I had that with me too, is that my local the Shom FM was playing Dark Side of the Moon, and they timed the Dark Side of the Moon ending of the album with the start of the eclipse, which was kind of cool, actually. It was like, I just let it play. And it was like really kind of cool. Like WX50, the birds went silent and it got quite a bit cooler here. Yep. Absolutely. Everything changed. The colors also, the colors around, what it looked like, what everything looked like, it's interesting to change and what you observe around you. Free to choose. If something similar to the 87 flood happened today, would be screwed communication walls. Yeah, I don't know what happened today, but oh man. It would be as bad, if not worse. That's for sure. That's for sure. Cosmic lettuce. What is, wasn't it an infrared laser? I forget. I don't know. I don't know what they used, actually. I would have to go and check that out. All right, Bobby Burgess. Don't know if I follow a group of hams that experimented with light waves. Jasmine, yep, that happened to us too. It was 80 right before it, and felt like it dropped 15 degrees or more during it. That was crazy. That was something I was not expecting the drop to be so drastic. And I remember I told my friends, I said, imagine that's just the moon passing in front of the sun. Imagine if the sun just, stops shining immediately. How fast the earth is going to be cold. Radical Squadron, the Great Flood of 93, the entire state of Iowa was under the water, dubbed the Sixth Great Lake. Raised me a sarcastic joke saying I'm playing a more appreciated Pink Floyd album, Obscured by Clouds. Appropriate, sorry. I had Obscured by Clouds on vinyl. It's a decent album, actually. Tosanov says the Artemis laser was infrared. Yes. Tread water just warmly when the mothership from Independence Day arrives. Yeah, you should. Kenneth says if we build a moon base, we should a laser to our moon orbiting satellite pointing at the L5 satellite and gyrosynchronous orbit. Yeah, there needs to be there will be some communications for sure. That's going to happen through, I mean, will be the equivalent of what communications are doing today with the optic cables that we have today. I mean, that's a fast way, and there's a lot of data that you can send out. Paul said during the eclipse, some folks came from down south to northeast Kingdom of Vermont. There was still some snow on the ground, and some were in sandals. There was a Cosmic Lettuce. There's a guy that makes science videos. I'm trying to remember his name. And he had one which was, what if the sun disappeared today? And he goes through the stages of, the Earth still has some warmth in it, so it takes a certain amount of time for that to, for the Earth to cool off, but it's a pretty fast process too. And, I think it came from one of his viewers. The question was, how long would would humans live on Earth without a sun? And it's like, well, if we could manage it, first of all, it'd be very fast before temperatures would drop below zero. and is saying the only way we could probably survive is if we could go underground, where the Earth itself is generating heat because of the radioactive decay. If we could get close to that, there could be a possibility. But apart from that, it's like, you know, the Earth is going to get real cold and its atmosphere will freeze and fall on the ground almost as snow, exotic snow. And it's kind of interesting. Mike sent a picture of let me just go check that out here. Sorry guys, I'm gonna check it out here. Choice. Okay, so Mike B sent a eclipse photo. Let's see if I can bring that out. New window, Google, Gmail, eclipse stuff. So, oh, this is kind of neat. Oh, this is cool. You were under a tree. Oh, look at that, guys. This is an amazing, cool photo. So I'm just going to put the screen here. So he was under a tree where there was a lot of little spots for all of the little, you know, crescent suns to show up. Look at that. This is a very cool photo. Actually, you know what? I would like, Mike B, you should have a t-shirt like that. This would be a great, great t-shirt. I mean, look at that. We see it on the ground and we see it everywhere. So, yeah, this is so cool. So cool. Absolutely cool. Absolutely cool photo. Thanks for sharing. Wow. Hunting while strong in the water, stain near Gilles' chest on his shirt resemble. Oh, what here? Which the stains? Those stains that I have on my shirt? Math and science. Yeah, I think that's it. Well, you still have the possibility of using those suntan, you know, UV lights. You know, old radios. I can tell you one thing. I'm one, the X generation that I am is the last generation to really have lived through the intense time, pretty much the intense time of the Cold War. And I can tell you one thing. That was something. Cosmic Lettuce. It already is a t-shirt. Yeah, that is so cool. That is so cool. The yeah, the Cold War, I mean, it's it had ups and downs. I always tell everybody, if you want to, if you're young and you wonder what was the Cold War, and you like history and documentaries, it's long. It's several episodes. I don't remember how many, but there's a lot. And there's a BBC documentary called Cold War. Starts from the early days when, you know, you're still in World War II, and how it actually went up and down throughout the decades and the things that happened, and when the Berlin Wall was built, all of that, the different moments where we came this close to pretty much being all dead and not having live shows like this today. It's pretty amazing. Just type BBC documentary Cold War. It's amazing. It's a really good documentary. I think WX50 did the crescent thing in 2017 for the partial eclipse. Cool. Yeah, Shortwave was good from then. Bob from Wick, nice to have you here. Thanks for the donation this week. It's much appreciated. It's, you know, Cosmic Lettuce with tens of thousands of nukes still pointed at one another. Yeah, you know, absolutely. And you know, this is the funny part of our when we think about it is we don't think about that anymore. Nobody thinks about nuclear weapons. Nobody thinks about, you know, Russia still has enough to kill everybody. The US has enough to kill everybody. Not counting the handful of countries that have some. And we still are in a state of kind of, well, we're pointing each other. And, you know, if everything was still so relaxed, why do we need all of those weapons? And no, and actually it's getting worse because now with what's happening between those countries is like every country is like, oh, we're going to start nuclear tests again. Oh, we're going to start, you know, let's start making missiles, nuclear weapons again. It's like, what's happening? What did I miss? The Cold War ended. What did I miss from the Cold War to now? It's crazy. It's like, yeah, Cold War ended. Nobody trusted anyone though. It's like, okay. Old Radio says, I mean, I'm an anxious wreck about weather. That isn't a tiny fraction of what those bombs could do. Yeah. So it's like, you know, it's crazy. It's crazy when you think about it. I mean, we go here. So we have another picture with our friend Mike WX50. Oh, that's nice. Look at that. Let's take that picture. And let's open it. Oops, not that one. Let's take that picture. So this is a picture Mike WX50 took. And let's go to display capture. And this is crescents. Oh, wow. Look at that. This is actually beautiful. I should make it as a screensaver. Not a screensaver, a background, a wallpaper in Windows. This is absolutely beautiful. And as we're watching that, we have Radio Romania with a very good signal, 11,620 on the East Coast.
The main tourist spots in Turcia County, southeastern Romania, are safe for tourists, in spite of the drone attacks close to the border with Ukraine.
So that is beautiful. Yeah, Mad still works. Mutual assist. What? Mutual assistance destruction. What was Mad? Mad was mutual assistant destruction, something like that. It's like, if I have enough, you won't do anything because I can take you down.
Dissolution of the four-party coalition will complicate efforts to reduce Romania's
So my WX50 was 2017 partial eclipse in Arkansas. That is nice.
28 elections approach. According to the same sources, stronger fiscal performance.
Mutually assured destruction. There you go. Bob Wick. What's the A for it? I forgot. Mutually assured destruction. Yep. Oh man. Joseph, Radio Romania coming to West Coast, pretty good. Propagation. I think propagation is improving. Hey Sheila from Belleville, Ontario. Nice to have you on board. So coming in very well with Romania, 11,620.
The presidential administration in Bucharest says this new round of talks comes after the sacking through a no-confidence vote on May the 5th of the self-proclaimed pro-Western minority government made up of PNL, USR, UDMR...
Don't forget, guys, if you like what I do, and if you like these shows, who would do a 4-hour live show? Think about it. You got to have a big mouth like I have, and you got to talk about radio and talk about stuff all the time. And, you know, I know some people out there, I got messages from time to time like me to shut up, but I will not. So thanks for being here, and don't forget about the donations. Help me tremendously. So through the super chat, or once again, pizza fund, cat treats through PayPal are much appreciated. You guys have come through, and this helps tremendously. You have no idea. All right, guys. So, Shortwave Signal says Romania 40 over in Florida. We have Radical's Caution. MAD was coined by Donald Bren, a strategist working in Humans Counts Hudson Institute in 62. Turok Tim, with all those satellites circling the Earth and adding more all the time, it's only a matter of time till something catastrophic happens. You know what they're worried about lately is that we've never, for a very long time, we've never had that many satellites. But now that you have the Starlink satellites, they're supposed to go into the tens of thousands. China wants its own Starlink thing, so it's like tens of thousands there too. It is now known that several satellites fall back to Earth every single day from those constellations of satellites because they're very low Earth. And they are adding all sorts of chemicals in the upper atmosphere. And everybody's saying, I don't know what that's going to do. You know, I can be thinking of worse than that. It's like not only because some people are talking, the ozone layer is going to be destroyed, whatever. How about down here at some point? I mean, I know that what's up there in the very high atmosphere, the stratosphere, and so on, takes a lot of time to really fall down back here. But I'm thinking of, will there not be a time when something potentially toxic falls back down that we just didn't think about? That, people just decided, hey, let's send 50,000 satellites up there. Hey, we're going to have fun. Oh, look at that. They're falling back down. Yeah, they are falling back down, and quite quickly, too. I don't know. I have questions, and nobody seems to want to talk about those questions. Joseph says, never shut up. Jasmine says, I watch a streamer who is on Twitch every day except Sunday for 8 hours. Oh, wow. Wow. For you choose Radio Romania International. Is it broadcasted over WRMI? Nope, that's from Romania directly. It's from the Tiganesti Romanian transmitter site. So it's direct from Romania. Skitology. I'm currently outside at the parking lot for our apartment complex, and 11620 is coming in quite well on the ATS 25X1 with the ratty alligator antenna hooked up. Cool. 2 or 3. Fred Water, I sent an Eclipse pic to your official Shortwave Gmail address. All right, let's check that out. Let's check that out. By the way, if you guys want to send a picture of the radio you're using right now, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show everybody what you're using. So just send to the same email that everybody's been sending, official Shortwave Radio. And for those that are interested, the Canadians game is about to start. So, of course, everybody here in Montreal is totally going crazy with the Montreal Canadiens hockey team. And so, okay, Google, Gmail, Fred, here we go. So exactly the same view during and after the eclipse. So look at that, guys. So this is picture that he took. 2 pictures that he took. I'm going to put this one and put this one. And here we go.
Interim Prime Minister Ilya Boloshan reaffirmed the Romanian government's unwavering support for Moldova's.
So this is. Let me just do this. All right, here we go. So if I go on here to display capture, before is the eclipse, and same picture taken during the eclipse. It's pretty cool. Big difference. So, pretty nice. Thanks for sharing, Fred.
Compared to the previous quarter. With 2 consecutive quarters of decline, the country has officially entered a technical recession. Adding to the blue, inflation surged to 10.
Jasmine says there's, on average, 1 launch per day. Hydrazine is pretty toxic. Yep, that's why China is moving, and they're supposed to be moving to that. China has been launching with, what is it? Hydrogen and they've been launching with, man, what's the name? Methane, kind of a methane mix, which actually, when burnt, is like just separating the elements into things that are not toxic. Yeah, I was reading that, I think, yesterday. It's like the latest Chinese rockets are using something that is kind of less of a problem. Rob from work says satellites are getting numerous enough to be affecting astronomers now. Yeah, I was posting a picture. There was a comet a few weeks ago that people were looking at that was very, very close to the sun. And someone took a picture and did something like a 30-second exposure. You see the comet and you see the traces of all these Starlink satellites. It's becoming a problem even for astronomy. And this is where I have a problem. Is like you allow all of that to happen with nobody having any say to it. I'm sure astronomers don't really like what's happening right now. Yeah, unfortunately, Joseph, that's a lot of it. Of course. Not on Discord, Adesh. So, you know, it's becoming kind of a problem. Neon, the real issue about that is less about toxicity than actual impact to atmospheric weather, which does have impacts down to ground level. Cosmic Lattice, the orbits are all part of the business plan, all expected and controlled. Because I was reading about I like a lot of the different materials that are deposited up in that, you know, upper layer of atmosphere, which weren't there before. They're all created by man. Radical Squadron, Point Nemo, and Southern Pacific is where Mir Space Station is. Also, nearly all satellites are well. But there is one thing you guys need to know, that a lot of the satellites from Starlink are falling uncontrolled. And you know why? Because they never thought about one thing, is when solar max happens, our atmosphere, the Earth's atmosphere, puffs up. So every time solar max happens, the atmosphere puffs up, and there's more drag than supposed to. So there are a lot that are actually falling down without them having any control over them. So, you know. The other thing that I actually have a worry about, you know what, is the fact that the more these satellites are up there, the more debris are up there, the more danger it is, the more dangerous it is to send up humans into space without hitting something. I mean, they are tracked, but I'm sorry, there is a limit to what you can track. And at some point, someday, we'll send humans to space, and something bad's going to happen because they're going to hit something that they didn't know was there. Jasmine would be about the concentration of the toxin. The assumption has always been that most of this stuff just burns up and falls in the oceans, but over time could become an issue. Cosmic Lattice, Blue Origin uses methane, as I recall, a nice blue flame. Yeah, the Metalox, that's the exact name. Jasmine, that is exactly what they use, Metalox. China's using that too. And that is actually much better than that, you know, fuel they're using right now for a lot of the rockets. So maybe at some point we'll be, and also apparently it's so much better and easier to kind of store in those rockets when they want to send satellites. SWL signals. Jill, have you heard those 4 digital signals under the 7 megahertz band, almost identical, and change frequency at the same time? Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. A lot of people are saying, "Oh, it's Morse code," but it seems more like some kind of a digital thing, and it's some kind of wideband digital signal actually that's been appearing there. A lot of people I've seen some SDR waterfalls with that. It's kind of interesting to see that it pulses pretty much at a same rate, if you want her. So I don't know. Hey, let's check for pirates. By the way, we haven't checked pirates, so I'm hearing CHU. I can see the atmosphere, the ionosphere is a little disturbed because 7850 CHU has this waving pattern that it goes down and up. Usually it's very stable here because of the distance. So there's definitely something happening. 6850 up. There's something on 6925. I'm actually hearing the signal you're talking about. I'm getting it here, 6947. I'm hearing what sounds like Morse code, CW. And I'm hearing something on 6940, which sounds like CW. This is the signal that everybody's talking about. I'm actually hearing it on the icon here. And a pirate on 6925. So I'm hearing those signals that everybody's been talking about on two frequencies right now. Mike B, Google says the Space Force is tracking 47,000 objects, and that's going to go up fast with everything that's being sent out. I need to start a space recycling company. I need to have a little bit. So if I do a GoFundMe, would you guys help me get a few $1 billion so I can, get some rockets and some cleaning? I'll call it the space vacuum. I'll send up my space vacuum. That would be great. So, yes, the head of your company. Yeah. What's the company called? Suck It Up. I like that. Suck It Up? What does Suck It Up do? It's like it just sends space vacuums to clean stuff. Oh, God. That's the beer drinking here. After SpaceX, you have Suck It Up. Cleaning SpaceX shit. Suck It Up to the rescue. Oh, God. Kenneth, Jill, you should start. Yeah, okay, so that's it. Joseph, did you hear the Gemini 7 encounters with particle fields? Just it's classified recently. No, I haven't read about that. Fred Water, it's interesting how many tangential interest we radio have. Yeah, I think the biggest radio fans we are very, very connected to a lot of very similar things. I think it's the way our brain is wired. Cosmic lettuce, the best fuel, HNO, but H is very difficult to deal with. Yeah, that's the problem with hydrogen. Like it has to be at super. It's like it needs to be cool, like almost like very close to 0 Kelvin, which is like very difficult. Project Gold Squadron, here is a paper that I read about this the issue with rockets in the ionosphere, the effect of rocket launches on the ionosphere. Read to choose, there's already so much junk in space right now that this stuff could hit the ISS. Well, the ISS had warnings several times about debris that would like pass real close to it. No problem, SWL signals. GMAC. So, where was I? Just spew stuff every day nearly. In the morning, blue sky, then gray cloud, no blue. The problem is that the thing is that jets, are a very low orbit compared to the stuff that falls down from satellites. Doesn't know if here's Morse on 6947. Bob from Wick, AI Hoover will get billions from Microsoft. Tough enough. I bet there's at least twice as many small bits that can cause serious damage. Absolutely. You know, because the problem isn't the size, the problem is the speed they're going. That speed is so high that even a very, very tiny fragment can just puncture a hole through anything. It's like a bullet. Martin, those signals are here as well. Cosmic letters. There was talk about getting a huge several kilometers diameter styrofoam ball into orbit to collect debris. Wow. Space exterminate. 1-800 space junk. Call me. I'll fix your problem. What's your experience? Well, you know, we have Hoover, Swiffer. Yep, the ISS had to maneuver several times. Bert says Thomas Witherspoon was asked if he used Starlink for his satellite comms during the hurricane outage. He didn't because there were lots of signals dropouts due to the dense forest and moving sats. It's like GPS. If you have problems and you're in the middle of a forest, signals really, you know, a dense forest, attenuates radio signals real fast. Yeah, it's very interesting. Those signals. I wonder if I can maybe tune it from my SDR. So there was an ID of the station, but I didn't get it. So, you know, let's check out here. If I get this, do we see these spikes of these Morse code stations here? Let's get this better here. And I need to get higher here. So, yeah, look at that. So what's on 680? Oh, some AL. Some AL transmissions. This can, by the way, be decoded with the software that's called, I always forget. Man, this is a long AL transmission. This can be decoded with multi-PSK, which is a software that has AL decoding. Man, I've never heard AL that long. That AL here, that signal, I'm pretty sure was from Mars, which was not the planet, but from the Military Auxiliary Radio System, the U.S. Branch of radio communications that do like amateur radio stuff. They are always very close to 6980, 6983. So I'm pretty sure these are AL comms from U.S. military. Can't believe that signal's there, those Morse code things. I can't get a very clear. I'm looking at the SDR here. Something that would be very clear of, no, look at that. You guys are getting, yeah, kind of showing up, but this isn't. Definitely there's those Morse code signals, 6947 8-ish. This is interesting. I wonder what that is, where they come from. Kenneth says I should call Big Lou for space junk insurance. You might want to. Ray Oxford, I was surprised astronauts from the ISS have not been hurt during spacewalks. Oh, that's interesting. Waymo cars. You know, it's just funny when you think about it. So, hey guys, we were at 4 hours and 25, and I want to thank you all for being here. I do need to go eat, and I do need to edit the International Radio Report show and do a few more things before the night is out. I want to thank you all for being here. Hope you enjoyed the show today. You know what? Even though the propagation wasn't great, we had a great time, tuned some signals, and had some pretty cool moments about all of it. Thanks everybody for being here. It's always a big pleasure to be here every Saturday. Super chat if you want to give a little something, and of course PayPal for the donations also. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for being here. Thank you for always being here, because you guys are great, and that's the reason why I show up, because you guys are also great. So no luck, Gabriel, with the number stations. The propagation was so bad that we just didn't get anything this week. So take care, everybody. Stay safe. Love you all. Always a pleasure to be here. And thanks for the support, everybody. And see you next Saturday, 20 hours UTC once again. And we'll be tuning the bands. Hopefully propagation will be better. And stay safe, guys. All right. Love you all. Love you all.